The sun is low and warm, stretching long golden lines across the gravel driveway. The air is cool enough that LT can see a faint breath when he steps out of his car. The yard is quiet, but not untouched. The unmistakable signs of last night's surprise birthday party linger. A cluster of balloons, some still floating and some drooping, sway gently from the porch rail. A ribbon flutters across the steps. A "Happy Birthday Blake" banner hangs slightly crooked, its edges lifting in the morning breeze. A few confetti pieces sparkle in the grass like tiny stars. It looks like joy happened here. It looks like family happened here. It looks like a place where someone is loved. LT takes it in. The warmth, the remnants, the softness of a home that has seen celebration. He walks up the steps. Before he even reaches the porch, he smells it. Fresh coffee. Cinnamon. Something warm and buttery from the kitchen. Comfort. Safety. A place where people start their day with intention. He knocks. Earl opens the door immediately, as if he has been listening for that knock. Earl said, "Well now, look at you. I been expectin' you, son. Come on in here." The warmth hits LT instantly. The heat from the stove. The smell of breakfast. The soft murmur of voices from the dining room. Peggy is at the counter plating food. She turns with a bright, welcoming smile. Peggy said, "Good mornin', sweetheart. Sit wherever you like. Coffee's fresh." LT steps inside, taking in the scene. The big wooden dining table set for a full family meal. A vase of leftover birthday flowers in the center. A few stray balloons still tied to chairs. The soft clatter of dishes. The hum of a home waking up. Peggy hands him a mug. Peggy said, "Cream and sugar right there, baby. Breakfast's almost ready." Earl gestures toward the table. Earl said, "Charles and Bonnie on their way. And one of Charles's boys comin' too. The one in the reserves. Figured it might help you talk to somebody closer to your age." LT nods, grateful but quiet. He sits. The chair is sturdy, familiar. The kind of chair that has held decades of conversations. A knock. Earl opens the door again. Bonnie steps in first, holding little Penny's hand. Penny carries a small stuffed rabbit and looks around with wide, curious eyes. Behind them is Charles, composed and steady. Beside him is his son in a crisp reserve uniform, posture straight but expression warm. Peggy lights up. Peggy said, "Come on in, y'all. Breakfast is ready." They gather around the table. Penny climbs into a booster seat. Charles's son gives LT a respectful nod. Not formal. Just acknowledging him as someone stepping into a big decision. Latham was already seated at the table when the morning began to unfold. Peggy had offered him food the moment he walked in, and the warmth of the kitchen settled him. The smell of cinnamon, coffee, and butter filled the air. He sat quietly, hands folded, waiting respectfully. A knock sounded at the door. Earl walked over and opened it. Charles stood there in civilian clothes, posture straight, presence unmistakably marine. Bonnie stepped in beside him, already smiling warmly. Little Penny held her mother's hand, her stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm. Peggy greeted them with her usual brightness. Bonnie washed her hands and began helping Peggy with the breakfast. Penny ran straight to Peggy and wrapped her arms around her waist. When Penny noticed Latham sitting at the table, she paused. She had seen him before in the seminars, but she had never approached him. Latham gave her a small, gentle smile. Penny returned a tiny smile of her own, then quickly hid behind Peggy's leg. It was the first time she had ever smiled at him. The moment softened something in Latham's chest. While this happened, Earl and Charles were still at the door, speaking quietly. Earl was giving Charles a brief summary of Latham's situation, nothing dramatic, just enough context for a Marine to understand the young man sitting at the table. When they finished, Earl turned toward Latham. Earl said, "This here's the young man I was tellin' you about. I know you seen him in the classes, but he wanted to talk with you proper. This way y'all can get to know each other one-on-one. Latham stood up out of respect. Charles approached with that steady Marine expression. He extended his hand. Latham took it. The handshake was firm, strong, and grounded. Latham felt the strength immediately, but he held his own. Charles noticed. They both sat down across from each other. Charles asked, "What does LT stand for?" Latham replied, "Latham Theodore." Charles nodded once, approving the maturity of the name. He said, "Servicemen are not referred to by street names or nicknames. You will be called by your government name, mainly your surname. From this point forward, I will refer to you by your government name." Latham nodded, serious and fully in agreement. Charles asked, "Why do you want to enlist?" Latham answered without hesitation, "I want to be a man." The room shifted. Earl looked impressed. Peggy paused with a soft expression. Bonnie glanced over with quiet approval. Even Penny peeked out from behind Peggy's leg. Charles held Latham's gaze. He asked, "Are you physically fit?" Latham nodded. "I am very physically fit." Charles stood up immediately. "Let me see what you can do. Come with me." Latham rose without question. In the background, Charles's son Robert had been leaning against the wall, finishing a call on his phone. He hung up just in time to see his father walking toward the door with Latham. Robert stepped forward and extended his hand. "I am Robert," he said. "It is good to meet you." Latham shook his hand. Another firm grip. Another moment of mutual respect. Charles said, "We are going to take a jog around the block. Join us." Robert replied, "Yes, sir. I am right with you." The three of them stepped outside. Earl walked to the window and looked out. Earl said, "My goodness. I know how Marines are, but he did not give that boy a chance to settle." Bonnie laughed softly. "That is how Charles has always been. He does not beat around the bush. The first step to being a Marine is physical readiness. He is going to run him." Peggy joined Earl at the window. Earl said, "They stretchin'. Oh, there they go. Peggy, look. Latham keepin' right up with them." All three took off jogging down the road. The rest of the family sat down to eat. Conversation flowed easily. An hour passed. The front door opened. Charles, Robert, and Latham stepped inside. All three were breathing a little heavier, but none of them were winded. Latham's face carried a look Earl and Peggy had never seen before. A look of pride. A look of certainty. A look that said he finally understood something about himself. Bonnie asked, "How did he do?" Charles maintained his Marine professionalism. "He is going to be an excellent recruit." That was all he said. Earl's face lit up. Peggy's eyes softened with pride. Latham sat down, still energized, still steady. He asked politely if he could use the washroom to wash up. When he returned, he was ready to eat. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like a man standing on the edge of a new beginning.
Today is a very special day. It is a seminar that Earl and Peggy have never attended before, and they want to do everything that they can to support Latham Theodore. Earl and Peg are in their truck headed to the professional building. They are having a conversation. Earl said, "Peg, I am so proud of Latham. I just knew that boy was going to make it. I just knew it." Peggy said, "I know. I have not stopped thinking about him all day. Now that is how you become a man. He has been determined and thinking about that all along. I feel sorry that he and Marissa broke up, but honestly, she was not in a good place and neither was he. Putting two people who are not in good places together is just not good. Maybe in their future they might still be friends, but as far as the relationship, he cannot be thinking about that. He needs to focus on trying to grow and heal himself, and take care of the demons in his closet so he will be healthy for a wife in the future." Earl said, "Amen to that. I know exactly how the boy feels. It took a while for me to get my act together before I could be ready for you." You remember. Peggy said, boy, do I remember. Earl chuckles. You know Blake really had a beautiful birthday party that night. Peggy responded, oh, he sure did. Earl said, people sometimes ask me how in the world do I buy somebody like Blake a birthday present when he has all that money. And I tell them, well, Blake is a very simple man. Like when me and you went to the yard sale, I was telling a friend we saw that beautiful antique clock. He has not stopped bragging about that clock. Every time somebody comes in his office, he is bragging about that beautiful clock. Things like that make Blake happy. Antiques. Things that have stories to them. He is easier to shop for than people know. Peggy said, he sure is. And I like that about him. I think it is because he comes from such a well-rounded home. And amethyst is easy to shop for too. Earl said, oh absolutely. All we have to do is the woo-woo candles and sage and plants. Peggy said, plants. Oh my goodness, that girl loves plants. You get her a plant, you will become her best friend. Earl chuckles. Yes, she is really easy to shop for. At this point they have pulled into the parking lot and they see that there are a lot of cars. The scene transitions inside the professional building. Earl and Peg walk in and they go up to the receptionist. Peggy is looking around while Earl is signing his name. She sees a lot of men in uniforms. She sees a lot of parole officers wandering. She is excited. Earl asked, Peg, do you remember what building it is? What suite we are supposed to go to? Peggy said, I think it is on the 7th floor this time. Suite number 8, I think. Okay, let me ask the receptionist. So Earl leans over and asks the receptionist, and she confirms it. Peggy and Earl step into the elevator. They are headed up. Peggy has her picnic basket. Peggy said, Earl, I think this is probably going to be the longest seminar we have ever been to. Earl said, it is, but it is going to be worth it. I am so happy. They get off the elevator. Earl looks around. He sees all these men in uniforms wandering. Earl said, I think we are on the right floor, babe. So they go to a suite, and there it is. It has the title on it. They step in and it is a huge classroom, similar to the one that they went to on the 10th floor. They find a seat closer to the middle so they can see everything. It has nice big windows. Professional people are already in the front, it looks like. Peggy leans over to Earl and says, Earl, those are Marines. I recognize the uniform. Earl said, yeah, and look over there. Those ones right there, they are in the Navy. And that one is Army. I am so happy. I am so happy for Latham. Do you see him? Peggy looks around. Earl looks a little bit closer at a lady over in the corner and Earl's eyes get wide. Peggy, look. It is Elizabeth Rose. Peggy said, who? Earl said, oh that is right. You did not go with me to the reentry program that day. It is a young lady that was in the reentry program. They used to call her Swipe, but she is reformed now. She is reformed just like felony is reformed to Rich, and like TRO is reformed to Latham. So she was in that program. Peggy looks around. Peggy said, that sweet young girl was in prison. I do not believe it. Earl said, it is a long story. Oh, I am so happy she is here. That is so wonderful. I am going to go over and say hi to her. Peggy said, I will go with you. So Earl gets up and walks over to Elizabeth Rose, and her face lights up because she recognizes him. She stands up and says, hello, Mr. Earl. I am so happy to see you. Well, hello there, Elizabeth Rose. This here is my wife Peggy. You never got a chance to meet her. Peggy greeted Elizabeth Rose and shook her hand. Peggy asked, are you joining the military? Elizabeth Rose said, oh no ma'am, I am here to support my brother. He is going to be joining. Earl said, oh, I am so happy. That is wonderful. And how is your little girl doing? Elizabeth Rose said, "Oh, she is doing great. She is growing like a weed. She could not come today because the seminar was going to be too long for her, but she is doing great. And I got her back permanently, and I am still in my apartment, and I got a great job. I am doing good. And I am staying clean." Earl said, "That is my girl. I am so happy." "Okay, we will see you later," he said, and they waved at each other and went back to sit down. Earl tells Peggy all about Elizabeth Rose's backstory. People start wandering in and sitting down. And then all of a sudden, Latham Theodore walks in. But this time he is not walking in like the usual kind of playboy. He is not walking in like the LT. He is not walking in like TRO. He is walking in like a man. His strut is different. He knows that he is going to be enlisted, and he is walking like it. Earl said, "Look at him, Peg. He already walking like a serviceman." Peggy's eyes lit up. Latham comes over and greets Earl and Peggy, and then he sits at the table right in front of them. Peggy said, Look at his haircut. He even got his hair trimmed today." Earl said, "My golly, you were right, babe. Look at his hair. Oh, I am so proud of him. He is sitting straight. He is ready." The facilitators begin coming into the classroom. Tarquin walks in first, carrying a stack of folders. Dr. Blake comes in right behind him. They move to the front of the room, getting everything ready. Folders are being prepared. Amethyst comes in and assists with organizing the folders to pass out. They test the microphones. You can hear them in the background. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, mic check 2. A few taps on the microphone. A few adjustments. Everything is being checked. More gentlemen walk in, mostly men. Elizabeth Rose stands up from her seat in the back and walks down to the front row. She sits in the chair right beside Latham. Latham looks over, and his face lights up. He greets her, "Hey Beth, good to see you." Beth smiles. "You too, TRO, I mean, what was that nickname you wanted to go by again?" Latham answers with new confidence, "I go by Latham now." Elizabeth Rose smiles. "Right, Latham. Is anyone sitting here?" Latham pulls out the chair. "Not at all, have a seat." Elizabeth Rose sits down. They start talking and catching up on things. She asks, "Have you seen Richardson these days?" Latham replies, "Oh yeah, we're good buds. He's working at that car dealership off Highway 89. He's been downgraded to low risk now." Elizabeth Rose's face lights up. "That's awesome. Is he coming here today?" Latham replies, "No, he's doing visitation with his daughter." Elizabeth Rose looks surprised. She smiles. "Aw, that's sweet. I didn't know he had kids." Latham asks, "How's your daughter?" Elizabeth Rose pulls out photographs. "She's doing good. See her at her birthday party." Latham smiles as Elizabeth Rose proudly shows off her daughter. Elizabeth Rose asks, "I don't mean to pry, but do you have kids?" Latham looks forward and says in a monotonous voice, "Yep." Elizabeth Rose hears him loud and clear. She quickly changes the subject. "So, are you thinking about joining?" she asks. And that is when Latham gets excited. He proudly announces, "I sure am. Joining the Marines." Elizabeth Rose smiles. "I am so happy for you, Latham." Latham responds, "Thanks. What about you? You thinking about joining?" Elizabeth Rose shakes her head. No. I'm just here to support my brother. I'm waiting for him now." Just then her brother walks in. Elizabeth Rose smiles and stands up. "Well, it was nice seeing you again, Latham. Tell Rich I said hi." Latham replies, "I will. Take care." Elizabeth Rose walks across the room to sit with her brother. Earl and Peggy watch. Earl says to Peggy, "That must be her brother." Earl leans over to Peg and whispers, her and Latham were both in the reentry program. They know each other real well. And I'm so happy to see they're both doing good. By now, the room is filling up. All the facilitators are here. All the speakers are here. Tarquin starts the sign-in sheet and sends it around the room. And this is how the class is going to start. Elizabeth Rose has just crossed the room to sit beside her brother. The servicemen are settling into their seats at the front. The room is still filling, voices low, chairs shifting. At that moment, the door opens and Rôvi enters. She walks up to Dr. Blake and exchange inaudible conversation. Dr. Blake hands Rôvi the sign-in clipboard and she began signing in. Earl leans slightly toward Peggy. I thought you said she ain't coming. We could have picked her up. Peggy answers quietly. Well, she told me she had some job interviews all lined up today and won't be able to make it. Looks like she finished earlier than expected. Earl's voice carries a note of protective concern. I wish she would have called us. I don't like her taking public transportation alone. Peggy replies with calm understanding. I know, me either. But she don't like to depend on anybody. I'm just surprised the interviews ended so quickly. Earl considers this. That could only mean one thing. They likely made their decision immediately. Peggy nods. That must be it. Latham, sitting in the desk in front of Earl and Peggy, overheard their entire conversation about Rôvi. After Rôvi signed in, she looked for a place to sit. Peggy lifts her hand slightly to catch Rôvi's attention. Rôvi notices them, smiles warmly, and moves through the room with her characteristic grace. Every head turns, not in mockery, not in judgment, but in quiet surprise. Her presence is unusual in this setting, almost storybook, and the servicemen at the front take notice as well. She reaches Earl and Peggy. Hello, she says softly. Latham turns his head and observes Rôvi. Peggy asks, how did the interviews go, sweetie? Rôvi answers with a gentle smile. I dressed for each job position, I was neat, professional and polite. I studied the manuals for the part and everything. Unfortunately all I heard were the all too familiar. We will be in touch, we are still interviewing other candidates, you are overqualified or underqualified, or, I am not sure your background is the perfect fit. I am not upset. My compensation is more than enough to support me. Perhaps I will consider volunteering. I will see. She turns toward the seating area and notices the empty chair beside Latham. Is anyone sitting here? She asks. Latham, who was already looking at her with curiosity, gave her his all too familiar, charming, signature smile that could melt butter and said, no, as he pulled the chair out for her with quiet courtesy. It is the first time they have ever spoken. Rôvi sits. Latham says, Hi Rôvi. How are you doing? I don't believe we've officially met. I'm Latham. She returns the greeting with a gentle smile. Hello Latham, it is very nice to meet you. Latham offers his hand, but Rôvi gently declines. I apologize. I do not shake hands. Latham lowers his hand without offense, only curiosity. He says, thank you for serving our country. Rôvi meets his eyes. Thank you. She asks, are you considering joining? Latham straightens with quiet pride. I am. I am going to join the Marines. Rôvi lights up with genuine warmth. That is wonderful, she says, and the two of them begin a soft, easy conversation, her sharing small pieces of her service, him sharing his hopes for enlistment. Sitting at the table right behind them, Earl speaks quietly to Peggy. With all her education I can't believe nobody'll hire her. Peggy answers, maybe she's meant for something she enjoys. Volunteering may be a better fit. Earl thought for a moment. Then replied, yeah, maybe so. I'll talk to Blake and see if he knows if this place has anything for her. Even part-time. She got all that office experience. And I'll ask Bonnie if they need help at the daycare. Peggy's face lit up. That's a good idea, Earl. The room continues to settle. The servicemen prepare their materials. Dr. Blake steps toward the front. The seminar is about to begin.
The room settles. The servicemen sit in a quiet row at the front. Earl and Peggy lean back in their seats. Rôvi and Latham finish their soft exchange. Elizabeth Rose sits beside her brother. Dr. Blake steps forward. His voice is calm, steady, and grounded. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Blake. Everything you see and hear today is composite, narrative, and symbolic. It is drawn from real patterns, real pain, and real choices, but never from any single person's life. This allows us to speak freely without risking harm or exposure. He pauses, letting the room breathe. Before we begin, I want to name what is always true here. Your safety comes first. Your dignity comes first. Your autonomy comes first. The room grows still. This seminar touches on difficult subjects. Military enlistment, family pressure, past trauma resurfacing, moral questions about duty and violence, the risk of new wounds in toughness culture, sexual assault statistics, contract fine print, and the lifelong weight of a decision made when you were young. He scans the room, making sure every face is with him. Some of you may feel activation, grief, anger, or relief hearing these truths spoken aloud. That is normal. That is welcome. If at any point today feels too much, you are free to step away. There is no shame in protecting your nervous system. He shifts into the heart of the message. We are not here to talk you into service. We are not here to talk you out of service. We are here for one purpose only: to give you the clearest possible lens on what this choice actually means. So your yes, if it comes, is fully yours. Conscious, informed, and protected. Or so your no is spoken with the same strength and without apology. He gestures gently toward the serviceman. Recruiters will tell you about benefits, adventure, brotherhood, and purpose. They will show you success stories. What they rarely say out loud is this: the oath is a blank check. Hierarchy can echo old wounds. Toughness culture can damage the nervous system. Sexual trauma happens in training barracks. Contracts can be extended without your consent. And even if you walk away with honor, the civilian world does not always welcome you back with open arms. He lets the truth settle. These are not hypotheticals. These are the realities therapists hear years after the fact. Today, we bring them forward before the signature, so no one has to discover them the hard way. He steps back slightly, giving the floor to the panel. We will begin with introductions from our service representatives. After that, they will lead us through the truths that are rarely spoken before enlistment. Thank you for being here. Let us begin.
Just as Dr. Blake turns toward the front to begin the first topic, a shadow moves across the small window in the classroom door. Henry is standing there, looking in. His presence is quiet but unmistakable. Dr. Blake notices him immediately and walks to the door. He opens it and says, "Glad you could make it, Henry." Henry steps inside wearing civilian clothes, a simple shirt with "Police Academy" printed across the chest, and his combat boots. His posture is straight, disciplined, and unmistakably military in origin. The servicemen at the front notice instantly. They exchange subtle glances. They recognize the haircut, the stance, the boots. They know he is someone who understands structure, authority, and the weight of service. Henry carries a folder under his arm. He walks directly to Charles. The room watches, curious but respectful. Henry hands Charles the folder. Charles opens it and begins reviewing the contents with quiet focus. From the classroom's perspective, they can hear low voices but not the words. It looks like Charles is introducing Henry to some of the other facilitators. A brief handshake, a nod, a few quiet exchanges. The servicemen acknowledge Henry with professional respect. After a moment, Henry takes a seat near the panel, ready to contribute when needed. The room settles again. Dr. Blake returns to the front. He says, "Thank you for your patience. We will now begin with topic 1. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the topic. He says, "Our first truth today is one that therapists hear often, but recruiters rarely say out loud. We call this topic the blank check." I will now invite one of our Marine representatives to speak. A Marine representative steps forward. He stands with calm posture, hands behind his back, and addresses the room. He says, "When you raise your right hand, you are not signing up for a job. You are signing a blank check made payable to the United States of America, for an amount up to and including your life." He pauses, letting the weight of that sentence settle. He continues, "Recruiters will talk about benefits, travel, brotherhood, and opportunity. Those things exist, but the oath is bigger than that. It means you agree to follow any lawful order, even if it goes against your personal beliefs. Even if it frightens you. Even if it stays with you for the rest of your life." He shifts slightly, grounding himself. He says, "Most civilians think the hardest part of service is the physical danger. But the truth is, the hardest part is the moral weight. You may be ordered to do things that conflict with who you are. You may witness things you cannot forget. You may lose people you care about. You may be placed in situations where every choice feels wrong." He looks at the young people in the room. He says, "Therapists call this moral injury. It is not PTSD. It is not fear. It is the wound that happens when your actions, or the actions you witness, violate your sense of right and wrong. It can follow you for decades." He takes a breath. He says, "You do not get to choose the mission. You do not get to choose the timing. You do not get to choose the consequences. The oath means the choice is no longer yours." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, "In therapy, we see the long shadow of this oath. Veterans come in years later carrying guilt, confusion, or grief over actions they were ordered to take. Some feel responsible for things they had no control over. Some feel betrayed by the system they trusted. Some feel like they lost a part of themselves the moment they raised their hand." He continues. He says, "Moral injury is not a disorder. It is a wound to the conscience. It affects identity, relationships, sleep, trust, and the ability to feel at home in one's own life. It can show up as anger, numbness, isolation, or a sense of being permanently changed. These wounds do not show up on scans, but they shape a person's entire world." He pauses. He says, "Therapists hear stories that were never meant to be carried alone. Stories of impossible decisions, stories of regret, stories of loyalty and loss, stories of actions taken under orders that haunt a person long after service ends." He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, "Where I come from, a lot of young people join the military because they want a way out. They want stability, respect, a future. Nobody in the neighborhood talks about the oath. They talk about the paycheck. They talk about the uniform. They talk about making their family proud." He continues. He says, "But when they come home on leave, you can see something in their eyes. They do not talk about it, but you can feel it. They carry things they cannot explain. And when they get out for good, some of them do not know how to come back to regular life. Not because they are broken, but because they were never told what the oath really meant." He looks around the room. He says, "Young people deserve the truth before they sign anything. Not after." He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "In my line of work, I see what happens when veterans come home with unresolved trauma. Some get into fights. Some self-medicate. Some make impulsive decisions they never would have made before service. And the legal system does not always understand what they are carrying." He continues. He says, "A lot of the arrests I see are not about criminal intent. They are about pain. They are about hypervigilance, moral injury, trauma, and the difficulty of adjusting to civilian life. When the oath is taken lightly, the consequences show up years later. In courtrooms, in holding cells, in families trying to understand what happened. He pauses. He says, "My job is not to excuse behavior. My job is to understand it. And I can tell you this. Many veterans are not criminals. They are wounded, and they were never prepared for the weight of what they signed." He returns to his seat. The room grows still. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 2.
The room settles after the weight of topic 1. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, "Our second topic explores how military hierarchy can reactivate old wounds, especially for those who have experienced trauma before enlistment." I will now invite one of our Army representatives to speak. An Army representative steps forward. He stands with steady posture, hands behind him, and addresses the room with calm authority. He says, "The military is built on hierarchy. Rank decides everything. Who speaks? Who obeys? Who gets punished? Who gets believed? For some people, that structure feels safe. For others, especially those with past trauma, it can feel like stepping back into an old nightmare." He pauses, letting the room settle. He continues, "In basic training, you are stripped of your civilian identity. You are told when to eat, when to sleep, when to speak, when to move. You are yelled at, corrected, and pushed. For recruits with a stable background, this is stressful but manageable. For recruits with a history of abuse, neglect, bullying, or controlling environments, the nervous system reacts differently." He shifts slightly, grounding himself. He says, "Therapists hear this all the time. A recruit with a history of childhood abuse enters a system where someone can yell at them, order them around, or punish them without explanation. Their nervous system does not see a drill sergeant. It sees the past. It sees the parent who screamed. It sees the partner who controlled them. It sees the bully who cornered them." He takes a breath. He says, "Hierarchy is not gentle. It does not adjust itself to your history. It does not slow down for your trauma. It does not soften because you have scars. The chain of command is absolute. And for some recruits, that absolute structure reopens wounds they thought were healed." He looks at the young people in the room. He says, "This is why some recruits break down in training. Not because they are weak, but because the environment mirrors something they survived once already. Their body remembers. Their mind remembers. Their nervous system reacts before they can think." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, "In therapy, we see how hierarchy interacts with trauma. The nervous system does not care about rank. It cares about safety. When someone with a trauma history is placed under strict authority, especially authority that uses yelling, punishment, or unpredictability, the body can interpret that as danger." He continues. He says, "This is not a character flaw. This is biology. Trauma changes the way the brain processes threat. It changes the way the body responds to stress. It changes the way a person interprets tone, posture, and power. When a recruit with a trauma history enters a hierarchical system, their body may react as if they are back in the original trauma." He pauses. He says, "Therapists hear stories of recruits who shut down, dissociate, panic, or become hyper-compliant. Not because they are unfit for service, but because the environment activates old wounds. Some recruits excel in structure. Others are re-injured by it. The difference is not strength. The difference is history." He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, a lot of young people grow up with authority that is unpredictable. Some grow up with parents who yell or punish without warning. Some grow up with teachers who do not listen. Some grow up with police interactions that are tense. Some grow up with older kids who control the block." He continues. He says, when those young people join the military, they are stepping into another authority system. But this one is louder. This one is stricter. This one has consequences. And if they already have wounds from authority figures, the chain of command can hit those wounds like a hammer. He looks around the room. He says, I have seen young men and women come home from basic training looking shaken. Not because they could not handle the physical part, but because the yelling, the pressure, the power dynamics reminded them of things they survived growing up. They do not always have the words for it. But you can see it in their eyes. He pauses. He says, this is why community education matters. If a young person has a trauma history, they need to know how hierarchy might affect them. They need to know what they are walking into. They need to know that their reactions are not weakness. They are wounds. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective, the part of the story almost no one talks about. He says, in my field, I see what happens when unresolved trauma meets strict authority. Some veterans come home with a deep mistrust of authority because of what they experienced in the chain of command. Others come home with a reflexive obedience that makes them vulnerable in civilian life. And some come home with anger that has nowhere to go. He continues with deeper legal detail. He says, a lot of the cases I see involve veterans who react strongly to perceived disrespect, sudden commands, or situations where they feel powerless. These reactions are not random. They are tied to the way hierarchy shaped them. Some veterans become hypervigilant. Some become explosive. Some shut down. Some avoid authority altogether. He pauses, then gives concrete examples. He says, I have seen veterans get arrested because an officer shouted a command and their body reacted before their mind could catch up. I have seen veterans panic during a traffic stop because the tone of voice reminded them of a drill instructor. I have seen veterans freeze when confronted, and officers mistake that freeze response for defiance. I have seen veterans escalate because they interpreted a simple instruction as a threat. He continues. He says, these are trauma responses, not criminal minds. But the legal system does not always understand the difference. A veteran who shuts down may be labeled uncooperative. A veteran who reacts quickly may be labeled aggressive. A veteran who avoids eye contact may be labeled suspicious. These misunderstandings can lead to charges that never would have happened if the trauma were understood. He pauses again. He says, I have seen veterans charged with resisting arrest when they were actually dissociating. I have seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct when they were having a panic response. I have seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they could not regulate their emotions under stress. I have seen veterans charged with assault because they misread a situation as dangerous and reacted the way they were trained to react. He continues with deeper insight. He says, some veterans come home with a hair-trigger startle response. A slammed door, a raised voice, a sudden movement, these things can activate survival instincts. In the military, reacting fast can save your life. In civilian life, reacting fast can get you arrested. The legal system does not always see the difference. He pauses, letting the room absorb the truth. He says, I have seen veterans who were model soldiers struggle to adapt to civilian expectations. In the military, you follow orders immediately. In civilian life, you are expected to negotiate, explain, or comply slowly. That shift is not easy. And when you add trauma on top of it, the adjustment becomes even harder. He continues. He says, some veterans avoid authority altogether because the chain of command hurt them. They avoid police, supervisors, landlords, even doctors. That avoidance can lead to missed court dates, unpaid tickets, or misunderstandings that snowball into legal trouble. Not because they do not care, but because authority feels dangerous. He takes a breath. He says, I want you to understand something. Most veterans I see in the legal system are not criminals. They are wounded. They are overwhelmed. They are reacting to things that happened years before. And the legal system is not built to recognize trauma. It is built to punish behavior. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: unresolved trauma does not disappear when service ends. It follows you. It shapes your reactions. It affects your decisions. And if it is not addressed, it can pull you into situations you never intended to be in. He returns to his seat. The room grows still. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 3.
The room grows still. Even the air feels different. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the topic. He says, our next truth is one of the most painful realities therapists hear, and one of the least acknowledged in recruiting conversations. Military sexual trauma does not only happen overseas. It often happens before deployment, sometimes even in training. I will now invite one of our Air Force representatives to speak. An Air Force female representative steps forward. Her posture is steady, but her eyes carry the weight of someone who has seen too much silence. She says, most people think sexual assault in the military happens in war zones. The truth is, the majority of cases happen before deployment. In barracks. In training environments. In units where everyone is supposed to have each other's backs. She pauses, letting the room absorb the truth. She continues, in the Air Force, we talk a lot about professionalism, integrity, and respect. And those values are real. But they do not protect everyone. The structure of the military creates situations where predators have access, privacy, and power. And young recruits, especially women, but not only women, are vulnerable. She takes a breath. She says, most recruits are 18, 19, 20 years old. They are away from home for the first time. They want to fit in. They want to be accepted. They want to prove themselves. And predators know that. They know who is isolated. They know who is quiet. They know who is afraid to speak up. She continues with deeper detail. She says, in training, you are told to trust your wingman. You are told to rely on your unit. You are told that the people around you are your family. But for some recruits, the first trauma they experience is not from the enemy. It is from someone wearing the same uniform. Someone they live with. Someone they cannot escape. She pauses again. She says, reporting is complicated. The chain of command controls everything. If the person who hurt you outranks you, reporting can feel impossible. If the person is popular, reporting can feel dangerous. If the person is in your unit, reporting can feel like you are betraying the team. She looks at the young people in the room. She says, recruiters rarely talk about this. Not because they want to hide it, but because the system itself struggles to address it. But therapists hear the aftermath years later: the shame, the confusion, the betrayal, the loss of trust, the impact on mental health, and the way it changes a person's relationship with service. She steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see the long shadow of military sexual trauma. And I want to be clear, this is not only a women's issue. Men experience military sexual trauma. Non-combat roles experience military sexual trauma. High-performing recruits experience military sexual trauma. It does not discriminate. He continues with deeper clinical detail. He says, some people come to therapy before enlistment because they have already experienced sexual trauma in their lives. They join the military hoping for structure, safety, and a fresh start. But the military environment, with its hierarchy, its power dynamics, its close quarters, its lack of privacy, can recreate the conditions that made them vulnerable in the first place. He pauses. He says, after enlistment, the stories become even more complex. Some veterans come in years later carrying trauma they never reported. Some tried to report and were ignored. Some were blamed. Some were punished. Some were told to stay quiet for the sake of the unit. Some were transferred. Some were re-traumatized by the investigation process. He continues. He says, military sexual trauma affects everything: trust, relationships, sleep, identity, self-worth, career decisions, and mental health. It can lead to depression, anxiety, PTSD, substance use, isolation, and difficulty adjusting to civilian life. And because the trauma happened in a place that was supposed to be safe, the betrayal cuts deeper. He pauses again. He says, therapists hear stories of recruits who entered the military with hope and left with wounds they never expected. And many of them say the same thing: no one warned me this could happen. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, people do not talk about sexual trauma. They do not talk about consent. They do not talk about power dynamics. They do not talk about reporting. And when someone joins the military, the family celebrates. They do not imagine that something like this could happen. He continues. He says, when a young woman or man comes home on leave and something is different, quieter, withdrawn, jumpy, angry, numb, the family does not always know why. They think the military changed them. They think the training was hard. They think the discipline was intense. They do not realize that something happened that their child cannot talk about. He pauses. He says, I have seen people come home from basic training with wounds they cannot name. I have seen people leave the military early because they could not stay in the same environment as the person who hurt them. I have seen people hide their trauma because they do not want to disappoint their families. He continues. He says, this is why community education matters. Young people need to know that military sexual trauma is real. They need to know that it can happen before deployment. They need to know that it is not their fault. And they need to know that silence protects predators, not survivors. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, in my field, I see what happens when MST goes untreated. Some veterans come home with trauma that affects their behavior. Some become hypervigilant. Some become withdrawn. Some become angry. Some self-medicate. Some struggle with relationships. Some struggle with authority. And these struggles can lead to legal trouble. He continues with deeper legal detail. He says, I want to be clear, military sexual trauma affects men too. I have seen male veterans arrested for fights, duels, domestic disputes, or disorderly conduct, and when you dig deeper, you find trauma they never told anyone about. They were ashamed. They were afraid no one would believe them. They were afraid of being judged. He pauses. He says, I have seen veterans charged with resisting arrest when they were actually having a trauma response. I have seen veterans charged with assault because they misread a situation as dangerous. I have seen veterans charged with substance-related offenses because they were trying to numb the pain. He continues. He says, the legal system does not always understand military sexual trauma. It does not see the trauma. It sees the behavior. And unless someone speaks up, the root cause stays hidden. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: military sexual trauma does not stay in the military. It follows people home. It affects their decisions. It affects their relationships. It affects their mental health. And if it is not addressed, it can pull them into situations they never intended to be in. He returns to his seat. The room is silent. The weight of the truth hangs in the air. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 4.
The room has already traveled through the oath, hierarchy, and hidden trauma. By now, the young people understand that the fine print of military life is not on the posters. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, "Our fourth topic is about something that almost never appears in recruiting conversations, but has shaped the lives of thousands of service members and their families. It is called stop loss, and it is the power to extend your service beyond the date you thought you were done. We will also talk about contract extensions and what it means when the end is not really the end." I will now invite one of our Army representatives to speak. An Army representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but his tone carries the weight of someone who has watched people count down to freedom and then be told they are not going anywhere. He says, "When you sign an enlistment contract, you are given a date. That date is your ETS, your estimated time of separation. A lot of people build their whole life around that date. They plan school, jobs, marriages, moves, and reunions around it. They count down the days. They mark it on calendars. It becomes the light at the end of the tunnel." He pauses. He says, "What most recruits do not fully understand is that the military has the legal authority to extend your active duty beyond that date. It is called stop loss. It means the service can retain you past your original end of service to meet operational needs, maintain unit cohesion, or respond to war or national emergencies. In plain language, it means you can be told, you are not done yet." He continues. He says, "Stop loss has been used in multiple conflicts. It was used around the Gulf War. It was used in places like Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia, Kosovo. It was used heavily during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. It still exists as a policy. It is not used every day, but it is there, and when the military decides it needs to keep people in uniform longer than planned, it can be activated quickly." He looks at the young people. He says, "From the inside, stop loss feels like this. You are counting down the days, you have your plans, your family is waiting, and then you are told, you are being extended. You are deploying again. You are staying with your unit. You do not get a vote. You do not get to renegotiate. The contract you thought you signed has a clause you did not fully feel until that moment." He takes a breath. He says, "Contract extensions can also happen in other ways. Some people voluntarily extend to stay with their unit, to complete a deployment, or to qualify for certain benefits. Others feel pressured to extend because their unit is short-staffed or because leadership strongly recommends it. On paper, it is voluntary. In reality, the pressure can be intense." He continues. He says, "Some people accept stop loss and extensions as part of the job. Others feel betrayed. Some feel like the rules changed in the middle of the game. Some feel like their life has been put on hold without their consent. And that has consequences, for mental health, for families, for trust in the institution." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, "In therapy, we see what stop loss and unexpected extensions do to the mind and the nervous system. When a person has been counting down to the end of their service, their body and brain are preparing for transition. They are imagining freedom, safety, reunion, and control over their own life. They are telling themselves, 'I just have to make it to this date.'" He continues. He says, "When that date suddenly moves, it can feel like the floor drops out from under them. The nervous system, which was preparing to relax, is told to brace again. For someone who has already deployed, already lost friends, already experienced moral injury, MST, or other trauma, being told they must go back or stay longer can feel unbearable." He pauses. He says, "Clinically, we see increases in anxiety, depression, anger, hopelessness, and a sense of being trapped. For some, it can trigger or worsen PTSD symptoms, nightmares, flashbacks, hypervigilance, emotional numbing, irritability. For others, it can create a deep sense of betrayal, not just by individuals, but by the system itself. They feel like the institution they served has broken an emotional promise, even if the legal documents technically allowed it. He continues. He says, therapists hear stories of service members who had jobs lined up, apartments ready, spouses waiting, children counting the days, and then everything is delayed. Some relationships do not survive that delay. Some careers are derailed. Some people feel like their life is not their own. That loss of agency is not a small thing. It is a psychological injury. He pauses again. He says, it is important to understand that stop-loss is legal. The enlistment contract includes language that allows the government to extend service in times of war or national emergency. Courts have repeatedly upheld this authority. But legality does not erase emotional impact. The nervous system does not calm down because a policy is technically allowed. The body responds to felt safety, not legal language. He looks at the room. He says, in therapy, we work with service members and veterans to process that sense of betrayal, to grieve the time they lost, to make meaning of what happened, and to rebuild a sense of control over their lives. But I will tell you this. Many of them say, I wish someone had told me this was possible before I signed. That is why we are saying it here. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone joins the military, the whole family starts counting down to that end date. They circle it on calendars. They talk about what life will be like when their son or daughter or partner comes home for good. They make plans around that date. They hold on to it. He continues. He says, when stop-loss happens, it is not just the service member whose life gets extended. It is the whole family's waiting period. The spouse who was ready to have help with the kids has to keep going alone. The parent who was ready to exhale has to hold their breath longer. The job that was lined up might not wait. The apartment might not be available. The school start date might be missed. He pauses. He says, in communities where stability is already fragile, that extra year or extra deployment can be the difference between a relationship surviving or breaking. It can be the difference between a young person coming home to a support system or coming home to chaos. It can be the difference between a smooth transition and a crisis. He continues. He says, most families do not know about stop-loss. They think a contract date is a promise. When that promise shifts, they feel blindsided. Some feel angry at the military. Some feel angry at the service member, even though it is not their choice. Some feel helpless, and that helplessness can turn into silence, resentment, or distance. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why conversations like this matter. If you are thinking about enlisting, your family needs to understand that there is a possibility, not a guarantee, but a possibility, that your time could be extended. They need to know that the countdown might change. And you need to know what that could mean for your mental health and your relationships. He pauses again. He says, when someone comes home later than expected, with more trauma than expected, the community has to be ready too. Churches, schools, employers, neighbors, they all become part of the reentry environment. If they do not understand what stop-loss and extensions can do to a person, they may misread the veteran's behavior as laziness, anger, or disinterest, when it is really exhaustion, grief, or survival mode. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, stop-loss is one of the most controversial powers the military has. It is the authority to retain service members beyond their original end of term of service. It has been challenged in court multiple times. Service members have sued, arguing that they did not agree to be kept past their contract. But federal courts have consistently ruled that the enlistment documents include language that allows extensions in times of war or national emergency. He continues. He says, some advocacy groups have called stop-loss a backdoor draft, because it keeps people in uniform who thought they were done. There have been high-profile cases where soldiers argued that the policy was unfair or abusive. But so far, the courts have upheld it. The law says, when you sign, You agree that under certain conditions, your service can be extended. He pauses. He says, "From where I stand, I see the human side of that legal power. I see veterans who come home later than planned, with more trauma than they expected, because they were lost into another deployment. I see marriages that did not survive that extra time. I see careers that never started because the person was not released when they thought they would be. I see people who feel like they lost years they can never get back." He continues. He says, "I also see how stop loss and extensions can intersect with legal trouble. A service member who thought he was done, who was mentally checked out, who was already planning civilian life, may struggle to stay engaged, disciplined, and emotionally regulated when told he has to stay longer. That can lead to misconduct, conflict with leadership, or impulsive decisions. Sometimes those decisions follow him into civilian life as charges, records, or probation." He pauses again. He says, "I have seen veterans who went AWOL near the end of their contract because they could not tolerate another deployment. I have seen veterans who made reckless choices because they felt trapped. I have seen veterans who came home with additional trauma from that extra time, and that trauma showed up later as fights, dues, or other charges. The legal system sees the behavior. It rarely sees the stop loss behind it." He looks around the room. He says, "I want you to understand something very clearly. I am not here to tell you not to serve. I am here to tell you to understand what you are signing. Stop loss is real. Contract extensions are real. They may never touch you. But if they do, you will feel it in your mind, your family, your plans, and possibly your legal record." He takes a breath. He says, "If you take nothing else from my part today, take this: the date on your contract is not a guaranteed exit. It is a plan that can be changed by forces bigger than you. If you still choose to sign, do it with your eyes open." He returns to his seat. The room is quiet. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 5.
The room is quiet. Everyone is leaning forward now, because the previous topics have already shattered the surface-level understanding of military life. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, "Our 5th topic is about the illusion of guaranteed benefits and the reality of discharge status. Many people believe that serving automatically means receiving full benefits. That is not always the case. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak." Charles steps forward. His posture is steady, disciplined, and unmistakably Marine. Calm authority without theatrics. The kind of presence that makes a room listen without him raising his voice. He says, "When you talk to a recruiter, you hear a lot about benefits. Free college, free healthcare, housing allowances, retirement, disability compensation. But what you do not always hear is that benefits are tied to your discharge status. And your discharge status is tied to your behavior, your mental health, your chain of command, and sometimes things outside your control." He pauses. He says, "There are several types of discharges. Honorable, general under honorable conditions, other than honorable, bad conduct, dishonorable. Each one affects your benefits differently. Most people assume they will get an honorable discharge. But the truth is, many service members do not." He continues. He says, "A general discharge still gives you some benefits, but not all. You lose the GI Bill. You lose certain educational benefits. You may lose access to re-enlistment. You may lose certain jobs that require an honorable discharge." He pauses again. He says, "An other than honorable discharge is even more serious. You lose most benefits. You may lose access to VA healthcare. You may lose disability compensation. You may lose housing support. You may lose job opportunities. And the stigma follows you." He looks at the young people. He says, "What causes these discharges? Sometimes misconduct. Sometimes mental health struggles. Sometimes trauma-related behavior. Sometimes misunderstandings. Sometimes leadership decisions. Sometimes things that were never explained to the service member." He takes a breath. He says, the military is a performance-based system. If you struggle, mentally, emotionally, or behaviorally, your discharge can change. And that changes your entire future. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see how trauma, stress, and mental health challenges can affect behavior. A service member who is struggling with PTSD, depression, anxiety, or MST may have difficulty following orders, regulating emotions, or maintaining performance. These are not character flaws. These are symptoms. He continues. He says, but the military is not always equipped to recognize symptoms as symptoms. Sometimes trauma-related behavior is labeled as misconduct. Sometimes a person who is overwhelmed is seen as defiant. Sometimes someone who is dissociating is seen as unresponsive. Sometimes someone who is hypervigilant is seen as aggressive. He pauses. He says, when that happens, the service member may receive a discharge that does not reflect their service, their effort, or their character. And that discharge can cost them benefits they desperately need, benefits that could help them heal. He continues. He says, therapists hear stories of veterans who served honorably for years, but one incident during a mental health crisis changed their discharge status. We hear stories of people who were traumatized, then punished for the symptoms of that trauma. We hear stories of people who lost their GI Bill, their health care, their disability compensation, because their discharge was not honorable. He pauses again. He says, this is why informed consent matters. Young people deserve to know that benefits are not guaranteed. They are conditional. They depend on discharge status. And discharge status can be affected by trauma, stress, leadership decisions, and circumstances outside their control. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone joins the military, the family believes the benefits are guaranteed. They think the GI Bill is automatic. They think healthcare is automatic. They think disability compensation is automatic. They think the uniform comes with a safety net. He continues. He says, when someone comes home without those benefits, the family is confused. They do not understand discharge status. They do not understand why their child cannot go to school for free. They do not understand why the VA turned them away. They do not understand why the military did not take care of them. He pauses. He says, I have seen families fall apart because they were counting on benefits that never came. I have seen veterans struggle with homelessness because they did not qualify for housing support. I have seen veterans go without medical care because their discharge status blocked them from the VA. I have seen young people come home with trauma and no resources. He continues. He says, this is why community education matters. People need to know that benefits depend on discharge status. They need to know that trauma can affect behavior. They need to know that the system is not perfect. And they need to know how to support someone who comes home without the benefits they expected. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, discharge status is one of the most misunderstood parts of military service. Most people think a discharge is final, but it can be appealed. It can be upgraded. It can be reviewed. The problem is, most veterans do not know that, and many do not have the resources to fight for an upgrade. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder receive other than honorable discharges because their symptoms were misinterpreted as misconduct. I have seen veterans with military sexual trauma receive general discharges because they were struggling emotionally. I have seen veterans with traumatic brain injuries receive discharges that cost them their benefits. He pauses. He says, when these veterans come into the legal system, their discharge status affects everything. It affects their access to treatment. It affects their access to housing. It affects their access to support programs. It affects how judges see them. It affects how probation officers see them. It affects how employers see them. He continues. He says, I want you to understand something very clearly. Benefits are not guaranteed, they are tied to discharge status. And discharge status is tied to behavior, mental health, leadership decisions, and circumstances that are not always fair. He looks around the room. He says, "If you take nothing else from my part today, take this. Understand the system before you enter it. Understand that benefits are conditional. Understand that trauma can affect behavior. And understand that discharge status can shape your entire future." He returns to his seat. The room is silent. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 6.
The room is already quiet, but this silence feels different. It is the silence of people sensing that the next truth is not about danger, or contracts, or trauma from others, but about the self. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the topic. He says, "Our 7th topic is one of the most misunderstood wounds in military life. It is not PTSD. It is not fear. It is not physical injury. It is moral injury, the wound that happens when your values, your conscience, or your sense of right and wrong collide with the realities of service." I will now invite our representative to speak. A female Air Force representative steps forward. Her posture is steady, but her eyes carry the quiet weight of someone who has lived through contradictions. She says, "Most people think the hardest part of service is danger. But for many of us, the hardest part is the moral weight. The things you see, the things you do, the things you cannot stop, the things you wish you could forget, the things you wish you could explain." She pauses. She says, "Moral injury is not about fear. It is about conscience. It is about the moment when what you believe is right collides with what you are ordered to do. Or what you witness. Or what you survive. It is the moment when your identity cracks." She continues. She says, "Sometimes moral injury comes from action. Sometimes it comes from inaction. Sometimes it comes from witnessing harm. Sometimes it comes from surviving when others did not. Sometimes it comes from feeling responsible for things you could not control." She pauses again, then goes deeper. She says, "In the Air Force, moral injury can come from decisions made in seconds that you replay for years. It can come from watching something unfold on a screen thousands of miles away and feeling powerless to change the outcome. It can come from being part of a mission that succeeded tactically but left you questioning the cost. It can come from following lawful orders that still left you wondering if there was another way." She continues. She says, "It can also come from the smaller moments, the ones no one talks about. The moment you see a fellow service member treated unfairly and you cannot intervene. The moment you watch someone break under pressure and you cannot help. The moment you realize the institution you trusted is capable of failing the people inside it. The moment you feel yourself hardening in ways you never wanted to." She looks at the young people. She says, "Recruiters do not talk about moral injury. Not because they are hiding it, but because it is hard to explain. It is not a bruise. It is not a scar. It is a shift inside you. A fracture in your sense of self. And it can follow you long after the uniform comes off." She steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, "In therapy, we see the difference between trauma and moral injury. Trauma is about what happened to you. Moral injury is about what happened inside you. Trauma activates fear. Moral injury activates shame, guilt, grief, and a sense of betrayal, sometimes by others, sometimes by the institution, sometimes by yourself." He continues. He says, "Moral injury often shows up years after service. A veteran may say, 'I can't stop thinking about what I did.' Or, 'I should have done more.' Or, 'I failed someone.' Or, 'I don't deserve to be home.' These are not symptoms of fear. These are symptoms of a wounded conscience." He pauses. Then he goes deeper. He says, moral injury can come from impossible choices. Situations where every option has a cost. Situations where you had to prioritize survival over compassion. Situations where you had to follow orders that conflicted with your values. Situations where you witnessed harm and could not intervene. Situations where you survived when someone else did not. He continues. He says, the nervous system can recover from fear. But the conscience needs something different. It needs meaning-making. It needs forgiveness. It needs community. It needs truth. It needs space to grieve the version of yourself you lost. He pauses again. He says, moral injury is not a disorder. It is not a diagnosis. It is a wound of the soul. And like all wounds, it can heal, but only when it is named, understood, and held with compassion. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, people understand physical wounds. They understand fear. They understand stress. But they do not understand moral injury. They do not understand why someone comes home from service and suddenly questions everything, their purpose, their identity, their worth. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans come home and withdraw. Not because they are angry, but because they are ashamed. I have seen veterans avoid conversations about their service. Not because they are hiding something, but because they do not know how to explain the weight they carry. He pauses. Then he goes deeper. He says, families misread moral injury. They think the veteran is distant, are cold, are ungrateful. They do not realize the veteran is wrestling with questions that have no easy answers. Questions like, did I do the right thing? Or, why did I survive? Or, what kind of person am I now? He continues. He says, moral injury can make someone feel unworthy of love, unworthy of rest, unworthy of joy, and the community does not always know how to respond to that. They celebrate the uniform, but they do not always understand the person inside it. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So families know how to support their veterans. So veterans know they are not alone. So young people know the truth before they sign. So the community can hold the wound without judgment. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when moral injury goes unspoken. Veterans come into the system not because they are dangerous, but because they are hurting. They are carrying guilt, grief, shame, or confusion they cannot name. And that pain shows up in behavior. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans charged with fights because they were overwhelmed by guilt. I have seen veterans charged with dues because they were trying to numb moral pain. I have seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they were wrestling with internal conflict, not external danger. He pauses. He says, the legal system does not recognize moral injury. It recognizes actions. It recognizes charges. It recognizes violations. But it does not see the wound underneath. He continues. He says, I want you to understand something very clearly. Moral injury is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of humanity. It means you cared. It means you had values. It means you had a conscience. And sometimes, the cost of service is that your conscience carries a weight it was never meant to carry alone. He returns to his seat. The room is silent. Not the silence of shock. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 8.
The room is already tender from topic 7. Now the focus shifts from the battlefield and the institution to the living room, the kitchen table, the bedroom, the church pew, the workplace. This is not about them anymore. This is about home. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, Our 8th topic is about what happens when a service member comes home to a family and community that do not understand what deployment, trauma, or moral injury have done to them. This is not about blame. It is about reality. I will now invite our representative to speak. A Coast Guard representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but there is a quiet hesitation in his eyes, the kind that comes from knowing that home is not always simple. He says, "Most people think coming home is the easy part. They think the hard part is over there. They picture a reunion, a hug, a celebration, and then life going back to normal. But for a lot of us, coming home is its own kind of battle." He pauses. He says, "When you leave for deployment, your family freezes you in their mind. They remember you as you were. When you come back, you are not that person anymore. You have seen things. You have felt things. You have lost things. You have changed. And while you were gone, they changed too." He continues. He says, "You walk into a house that looks the same, but the rhythm is different. The kids have new routines. Your partner has new ways of doing things. Your parents have adjusted to you not being there. They had to. And now you are trying to fit into a life that learned how to function without you." He looks at the young people. He says, "The psychological cost of coming home to a family that does not understand is this. You feel alone in the one place you thought you would feel safe. You feel like a stranger in your own house. You feel like you have to perform, being okay, so you do not worry them. You feel like you cannot tell the truth because you do not want to break them." He pauses again. He says, "So you smile. You say you are fine. You say, it was not that bad. You say, I am just tired. You say, I just need time. And inside, you are carrying fear, anger, grief, guilt, moral injury, and a nervous system that has not caught up to the fact that you are home." He continues. He says, "When your family does not understand, they may take your distance personally. They may think you do not love them. They may think you are ungrateful. They may think you are being difficult. They do not see that you are trying to protect them from what you carry, and trying to protect yourself from feeling like a burden." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, "In therapy, we see what happens when a service member comes home to a family that does not understand trauma, moral injury, or the nervous system. The veteran is trying to adjust. The family is trying to reconnect. But they are speaking different emotional languages." He continues. He says, "The veteran's nervous system is still calibrated to danger, unpredictability, and survival. The family's nervous system is calibrated to routine, safety, and emotional connection. When those two systems meet without understanding, there is friction." He pauses. He says, "For example, a veteran may be quiet, withdrawn, or emotionally flat. Clinically, that can be emotional numbing, a protective response to overwhelming experiences. The family may interpret it as disinterest or rejection. The veteran may be hypervigilant, easily startled, or irritable. Clinically, that can be a nervous system still on alert. The family may interpret it as anger or hostility." He goes deeper. He says, "The veteran may avoid crowded places, loud events, or certain conversations. Clinically, that can be an attempt to manage triggers or overstimulation. The family may interpret it as the veteran not wanting to participate in family life. The veteran may struggle with sleep, nightmares, or restlessness. Clinically, that is the nervous system trying to process what it has been through. The family may interpret it as laziness or lack of discipline." He pauses again. He says, "When there is no shared understanding, both sides can feel hurt. The veteran feels misunderstood, judged, or pressured to just be normal. The family feels shut out, confused, or rejected. Over time, this can create distance, resentment, and isolation on both sides." He continues. He says, in therapy, we work to name what is happening. We help veterans understand that their reactions are not signs of weakness, but signs of a nervous system that has been through too much, too fast, for too long. We help families understand that what they are seeing is not a lack of love, but a struggle to re-enter a world that no longer feels familiar or safe. He softens his tone. He says, the psychological cost of coming home to a family that does not understand is not just loneliness. It is the feeling that there is no place where you can be fully yourself, neither in the military nor at home. That is a heavy burden. But when we name it, we can begin to shift it. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone comes home from the military, people want to celebrate. They throw parties. They post pictures. They say, we're proud of you. They see the uniform. They see the story they want to believe. They do not always see the person inside that uniform. He continues. He says, the community expects the veteran to be grateful, strong, and happy to be home. They do not expect the veteran to be quiet, overwhelmed, or distant. They do not expect the veteran to say, I do not feel like myself. They do not expect the veteran to say, I do not know how to be here anymore. He pauses. He says, I have seen veterans come home and feel like they have to play a role. The hero. The success story. The example. They feel pressure to prove that their service was worth it. They feel pressure not to show the parts that are messy, confusing, or painful. He goes deeper. He says, when the family and community do not understand, the veteran often chooses silence. Not because they do not trust anyone, but because they do not want to be the one who brings heaviness into every room. They do not want to be the one who makes people uncomfortable. They do not want to be the one who has to explain what cannot be easily explained. He continues. He says, so the veteran carries it alone. And the community keeps saying, we're glad you're home, without realizing that home does not feel like home yet. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why conversations like this matter. If you are thinking about enlisting, you need to know that coming home is not just a plane ride and a hug. It is a psychological transition. And your family and community need to be prepared for that too. Not to fix you, not to interrogate you, but to make room for the version of you that comes back. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when a veteran comes home to a family and community that do not understand what they are going through. The veteran is struggling internally. The family is reacting externally. And sometimes, that combination leads to conflict. He continues. He says, I have seen cases where arguments at home escalate because the veteran is already on edge and the family does not understand why. I have seen situations where a veteran storms out of the house to cool down, ends up in a bar, and makes a decision that leads to a charge. I have seen situations where a veteran's irritability or emotional numbness is misread as aggression, and law enforcement is called. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the months or years of misunderstanding that led up to it. It does not see the veteran trying to hold everything together. It does not see the family trying to help but not knowing how. It does not see the moral injury, the trauma, or the nervous system stuck in survival mode. He continues. He says, I want to be clear. This is not about excusing harmful behavior. It is about understanding context. When we understand the psychological cost of coming home to a family that does not understand, we can intervene earlier, with education, support, and resources, before things reach the point of legal consequences. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: misunderstanding at home is not just painful. It can be dangerous. Not because anyone is bad, but because everyone is overwhelmed. The more we talk about this, the more we can prevent crises instead of just reacting to them. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. But this time, the silence is full of recognition. Not just for veterans, but for families, partners, parents, siblings, and communities who have been confused, hurt, or shut out without ever knowing why. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 9.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 9th topic is about the quiet slide into crisis. Not the dramatic moments you see in movies, but the slow, subtle ways service members and veterans try to cope with pain, trauma, moral injury, and disconnection. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His posture is steady, disciplined, and unmistakably Marine. But there is a quiet gravity in his eyes, the kind that comes from watching too many good Marines lose themselves slowly. He says, most people think substance use starts with a bad decision. It doesn't. It starts with a feeling you don't know what to do with, a feeling you don't have language for, a feeling you don't want to burden anyone with. He pauses. He says, in the Marine Corps, we don't talk about feelings. We talk about performance. We talk about discipline. We talk about pushing through. So when a Marine starts struggling, with sleep, with memories, with guilt, with anger, with moral injury, he doesn't say anything. He just tries to handle it. He continues. He says, the slide into crisis is quiet. It looks like a Marine who can't sleep and takes something to help. It looks like a Marine who drinks to turn his mind off. It looks like a Marine who says, I'm fine, while he's falling apart. It looks like a Marine who thinks he's coping, when really he's numbing. He pauses again. He says, it doesn't start with addiction. It starts with survival. It starts with trying to get through the night. It starts with trying to feel normal for 5 minutes. It starts with trying to silence the noise in your head. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about this. Not because they're lying, but because they don't see it. They don't see the Marine who comes home and can't sleep. They don't see the Marine who drinks alone. They don't see the Marine who uses painkillers because his back hurts and then keeps using them because his mind hurts. He takes a breath. He says, the quiet slide into crisis is real. And it can happen to anyone. Even the strongest, even the most disciplined, even the ones who look like they have everything under control. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see the patterns long before they become crises. Substance use is rarely about pleasure. It is about relief. Relief from intrusive memories. Relief from moral pain. Relief from hypervigilance. Relief from emotional numbness. Relief from the feeling of being disconnected from everyone around you. He continues. He says, self-medication often begins with something socially acceptable. A drink to sleep. A drink to calm down. A drink to feel something. A drink to feel nothing. A drink to get through a family event. A drink to get through the night. He pauses. He says, then it becomes a habit. Then it becomes a need. Then it becomes a problem. He goes deeper. He says, for some veterans, it's not alcohol. It's prescription medication, painkillers after an injury, anxiety medication after deployment, sleep medication after months of insomnia. These medications are helpful when used correctly. But when someone is carrying trauma or moral injury, the line between use and misuse can blur. He continues. He says, self-medication is not a moral failure. It is a coping strategy, an ineffective one, but a strategy nonetheless. It is the nervous system trying to regulate itself when it has lost its natural ability to do so. He pauses again. He says, the danger is not just the substances. The danger is the isolation that comes with them. The veteran withdraws. The family becomes confused. The community misreads the signs. And the veteran feels more alone than ever. He softens his tone. He says, the quiet slide into crisis is preventable, but only when we understand that substance use is not the problem, it is the symptom. The real problem is the pain underneath. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a veteran starts drinking more, people notice. But they don't understand. They say, he changed. They say, he's not the same. They say, he's messing up his life. They don't ask why. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans come home and start drinking alone because they don't want anyone to see them struggling. I have seen veterans use substances to quiet their mind because talking feels impossible. I have seen veterans hide their pain because they don't want to disappoint the people who are proud of them. He pauses. He says, the community sees the behavior. They don't see the moral injury. They don't see the trauma. They don't see the sleepless nights. They don't see the guilt. They don't see the fear of being judged. They don't see the pressure to be the strong one. He goes deeper. He says, when the community doesn't understand, the veteran feels even more alone. And loneliness is gasoline on the fire of self-medication. It makes everything worse. It makes the slide faster. It makes the crisis quieter. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you know the truth before you sign. So your family knows what to look for. So your community knows how to support you. So no one has to slide into crisis alone. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when self-medication turns into crisis. Not because the veteran is a bad person, but because they were trying to cope with pain they didn't know how to name. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to sleep. I have seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they were overwhelmed. I have seen veterans charged with possession because they were trying to numb moral injury. I have seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because their nervous system was still in survival mode. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the pain underneath. It does not see the trauma. It does not see the moral injury. It does not see the isolation. It does not see the quiet slide that led to the crisis. He continues. He says, I want to be clear. Substance use is not an excuse. But it is a signal. A signal that someone is hurting. A signal that someone needs help. A signal that someone is trying to survive. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this. The quiet slide into crisis is preventable. But only if we talk about it. Only if we recognize the signs. Only if we understand the pain underneath. Only if we stop judging the behavior and start asking the right questions. He returns to his seat. The room is silent, not the silence of shock. The silence of recognition. The kind that says, I know someone like this, or, this could be me, or, now I understand. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 10.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 10th topic is about silence. Not the peaceful kind, the survival kind, the kind that keeps service members from asking for help even when they are drowning. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. A male Army representative steps forward. His posture is straight, his jaw set, his presence steady, the kind of steadiness that comes from years of being told to hold everything in. He says, in the Army, silence is not an accident. It is part of the culture. From the first day of basic training, you learn that pain is weakness, weakness is failure, and failure is unacceptable. You learn to push through everything: exhaustion, fear, confusion, injury, grief. He pauses. He says, you learn that asking for help slows the unit down. You learn that admitting you are struggling puts someone else at risk. You learn that emotions are a distraction. You learn that vulnerability is dangerous. You learn that silence is strength. He continues. He says, so when a soldier starts struggling, with trauma, with moral injury, with depression, with substance use, he does not ask for help. He tells himself to push through. He tells himself it will pass. He tells himself he can handle it. He pauses again. He says, there is also fear. Fear of being seen as weak. Fear of losing respect. Fear of being taken off missions. Fear of being labeled. Fear of being discharged. Fear of being judged by leadership. Fear of being judged by peers. He looks at the young people. He says, the cost of silence is high. Soldiers break quietly. They isolate quietly. They self-medicate quietly. They fall apart quietly. And sometimes, they do not survive the silence. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see the psychological roots of silence. Service members are trained to override their own needs. They are trained to suppress fear, pain, and vulnerability. They are trained to prioritize the mission over themselves. This conditioning does not disappear when they come home. He continues. He says, silence becomes a reflex. A soldier feels overwhelmed, he stays silent. A soldier feels ashamed, he stays silent. A soldier feels guilty, he stays silent. A soldier feels disconnected, he stays silent. Silence becomes the default response to distress. He pauses. He says, there is also the nervous system. When someone has been in survival mode for months or years, the body does not trust safety. Asking for help requires vulnerability. Vulnerability requires safety. If the nervous system does not feel safe, vulnerability feels impossible. He goes deeper. He says, many service members also believe their pain is not valid. They compare themselves to others. They say, I didn't have it as bad. They say, other people went through worse. They say, I should be able to handle this. They minimize their suffering because they were trained to. He continues. He says, silence is also tied to moral injury. When someone feels ashamed, guilty, or responsible for something that happened during service, they often believe they do not deserve help. They believe they must carry the burden alone. He softens his tone. He says, the cost of silence is not just emotional. It is physical. It is relational. It is spiritual. It is the slow erosion of the self. But when silence is named, it can be challenged. When silence is understood, it can be softened. When silence is met with compassion, it can be broken. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a veteran comes home and stays quiet, people take it personally. They say, he doesn't talk to us anymore. They say, he's changed. They say, he doesn't trust us. They say, he's cold. They don't realize silence is not about them. He continues. He says, silence is the only coping skill some service members have left. They don't talk because they don't want to scare their family. They don't talk because they don't want to be judged. They don't talk because they don't want to relive what they went through. They don't talk because they don't know how. He pauses. He says, I have seen veterans sit at family gatherings and say nothing. Not because they don't care, but because they feel like outsiders. I have seen veterans avoid conversations because they don't want to lie, but they don't want to tell the truth either. I have seen veterans shut down because they don't have the words for what they feel. He goes deeper. He says, families misinterpret silence. They think the veteran is angry, or ungrateful, or distant. They don't realize the veteran is trying to protect them. They don't realize the veteran is trying to protect himself. They don't realize silence is the only way the veteran knows how to stay in the room. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why education matters. If you enlist, your family needs to understand that silence is not rejection. It is not disrespect. It is not distance. It is a survival strategy. And it can be unlearned, but only with patience, understanding, and support. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, silence is one of the biggest risk factors I see. When a service member or veteran does not ask for help, the pressure builds. The pain builds. The confusion builds. And eventually, something breaks. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans who never said a word about their struggles suddenly end up in crisis. A DUI, a fight, a domestic dispute, a moment of impulsivity, a moment of overwhelm, a moment where silence collapses under its own weight. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the years of silence that led to it. It does not see the soldier who didn't want to burden anyone. It does not see the veteran who didn't know how to ask for help. It does not see the moral injury, the trauma, or the conditioning. He continues. He says, silence is dangerous because it hides the warning signs. Families don't know. Friends don't know. Leaders don't know. The community doesn't know. And by the time the crisis happens, it feels sudden, but it wasn't sudden. It was silent. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: silence is not strength. It is not discipline. It is not loyalty. It is a barrier to healing. And the cost of silence is too high for anyone to pay alone. He returns to his seat. The room is still. Not the stillness of fear. The stillness of truth settling into the bones. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 11.
The room shifts again, not heavier, but wider. This is the moment where the seminar stops being about the service member alone and becomes about the ecosystem around them. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 11th topic is about the people who serve alongside the service member without ever putting on a uniform. Siblings, partners, children. Their stories are often invisible, but their wounds are real. I will now invite our Navy representative to speak. A male Navy representative steps forward. His presence is calm, steady, and seasoned, the kind of steadiness that comes from years of watching families hold their breath. He says, when someone joins the military, the whole family joins. They don't sign the contract, but they live the consequences. They live the distance. They live the fear. They live the silence. They live the changes. He pauses. He says, siblings lose the version of you they grew up with. Partners lose the version of you they fell in love with. Children lose time they can never get back. And none of them get a briefing. None of them get training. None of them get support. He continues. He says, siblings often become the quiet witnesses. They see the changes first. They see the distance. They see the irritability. They see the exhaustion. They see the emotional shutdown. And they don't know what to do with it. He pauses again. He says, partners carry the weight of two lives. They manage the household alone. They raise children alone. They make decisions alone. They sleep alone. They worry alone. And when the service member comes home, the partner has to adjust again, to a new version of the person they love. He continues. He says, children feel the absence in ways they can't articulate. They feel the tension in the house. They feel the emotional distance. They feel the unpredictability. They feel the changes in the parent who comes home. And they internalize it. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about this. Not because they're hiding it, but because they don't see it. They don't see the sibling who cries quietly. They don't see the partner who holds everything together. They don't see the child who stops asking questions because the answers hurt. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see that trauma does not stay contained within the service member. It radiates outward. It affects the nervous systems of everyone in the home. Partners become hypervigilant. Children become anxious. Siblings become caretakers. The entire family system reorganizes itself around the service member's pain. He continues. He says, partners often develop secondary trauma. They absorb the emotional intensity. They walk on eggshells. They anticipate triggers. They manage crises. They carry the emotional labor of the household. They become the buffer between the service member and the world. He pauses. He says, children are especially vulnerable. They sense emotional shifts even when nothing is said. They notice when a parent withdraws. They notice when a parent is irritable. They notice when routines change. They internalize the tension. They may blame themselves. They may become overly responsible. They may become anxious or avoidant. He goes deeper. He says, siblings often become the emotional interpreters. They try to understand the changes. They try to protect the service member. They try to protect the parents. They try to keep the peace. They take on roles that are far beyond their age. He continues. He says, when a service member comes home with trauma, moral injury, or emotional numbness, the family often adjusts around the silence. They stop asking questions. They stop expressing needs. They stop sharing their own struggles. They shrink themselves to avoid triggering the service member. He softens his tone. He says, the hidden impact on siblings, partners, and children is not just emotional. It is developmental. It shapes identity. It shapes attachment. It shapes self-worth. But when we name it, we can begin to support the entire family, not just the service member. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone joins the military, the family becomes a symbol. People say, you must be so proud. They say, your son is a hero. They say, your daughter is serving the country. They don't see the nights the family can't sleep. They don't see the fear. They don't see the emotional strain. He continues. He says, partners get judged. If they struggle, people say they're ungrateful. If they're overwhelmed, people say they're dramatic. If they need help, people say they should be stronger. They don't realize the partner is carrying the emotional load of two people. He pauses. He says, siblings get overlooked. People assume they're fine. They assume the military doesn't affect them. They assume the sibling is proud. They don't realize the sibling may feel abandoned, confused, or responsible for holding the family together. He goes deeper. He says, children get misunderstood. People say, kids are resilient. They say, they'll adjust. They say, they're too young to understand. They don't realize children understand everything, just without the words. He continues. He says, when the service member comes home changed, the family changes too. And the community doesn't always know how to support them. They celebrate the uniform, but they don't always understand the cost. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that your service will touch every person who loves you. And so your family understands that they are not alone in what they feel. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when the hidden impact on families goes unaddressed. Partners become overwhelmed. Siblings become resentful. Children act out. The service member becomes isolated. And the tension in the home builds. He continues. He says, I have seen cases where a partner calls law enforcement because they don't know how to handle a service member's emotional shutdown. I have seen cases where a child's behavior escalates because they don't understand why their parent is distant. I have seen cases where siblings get into conflicts because they are carrying emotional roles they were never meant to carry. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the years of strain. It does not see the emotional labor. It does not see the confusion. It does not see the fear. It does not see the family trying to hold everything together. He continues. He says, if we understand the hidden impact on siblings, partners, and children, we can intervene earlier. We can support families before they reach crisis. We can prevent legal consequences by addressing emotional consequences. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: military service is never an individual story. It is a family story. And every family deserves support. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. But this time, the silence is full of recognition. Not just for service members, but for the people who love them. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 12.
Amethyst steps forward with her usual calm, grounded presence. She smiles warmly at the room and lifts her hands in a gentle guiding gesture. She says, we're going to pause here and take our 1-hour lunch break. The cafeteria is open, and all meals are free for this seminar. She turns slightly and uses both hands to point toward the hallway. The cafeteria is right through those doors. You're welcome to eat there, or you're welcome to stay in the classroom if you prefer. She continues, there will be facilitators in the room at all times. We'll rotate so everyone gets a chance to eat. For the first 30 minutes, 2 facilitators will remain here, and for the next 30 minutes, 2 others will take over. Our servicemen will also be rotating their breaks, so if anyone wants to ask them questions, they'll be available throughout the hour. She gives a small nod. You are officially released for your 1-hour lunch. The room exhales. Chairs slide back. Bodies stretch. Phones light up. People begin moving in different directions, some toward the cafeteria, some toward the hallway, some staying in their seats. Tarquin and Amethyst step out together, heading toward lunch. Dr. Blake stays behind, leaning over the computer, entering notes, reviewing the sign-up list. Charles the Marine and Henry stand near him, speaking quietly with a few of the military guest speakers. Peggy and Earl rise, stretch, and walk out to freshen up. They return with small treats, settle back into their seats, and begin eating. Rôvi steps out briefly, washes up, and returns with her little lunch basket: fruit, healthy snacks, carrots, celery. She sits at her desk, eating quietly while reviewing a few pages in her folder. Latham stands, stretches his back, and heads out. He returns with a tray, sits down, and eats while scrolling through his phone. Elizabeth Rose and her brother leave together, come back with their trays, and settle into their seats. The room now has a soft, relaxed hum. Some people eat in silence. Some sip from bottles. Some scroll through their phones. A few wander to the front to talk with the servicemen. A few speak quietly with Dr. Blake. Latham eats while texting, his phone lighting up every few seconds. Peggy and Earl chat quietly between bites. After 30 minutes, Amethyst and Tarquin return to the classroom. Dr. Blake stands, gathers his things, and steps out to take his lunch. Some of the servicemen rotate out as well. Charles the Marine and another representative head to lunch while others take their place. People begin returning from the cafeteria. Trays clatter softly as they're placed on the cart just outside the door. Latham sets his tray on the cart and comes back in with only a drink, still texting. Peggy and Earl finish their meal, place their tray on the cart, and return to their seats. There are about 10 minutes left before class starts. Most participants have returned. Facilitators are back at their stations, reviewing notes and preparing for the next segment. Then Peggy notices something. Charles the Marine walks over to Latham. He bends down slightly, speaking to him in a low, private tone. Latham nods, not casually, but with a kind of quiet seriousness. Peggy leans in, trying to catch even a word, but she can't hear anything. Earl watches too, sensing the shift. Charles straightens up, gives Latham a firm, respectful nod, and walks back toward Henry. They speak briefly. Latham's posture is different now, more grounded, more certain, more like someone who has just been seen, acknowledged, and invited into a path he's been circling for a long time. Peggy and Earl exchange a look. They don't know what was said, but they can feel the change. The room settles. Everyone is back. The facilitators are ready. The servicemen are in place. The hour is up. The seminar is ready to continue.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 12th topic is about the financial realities of military service. Not the promises, not the slogans, the reality. I will now invite our Coast Guard representative to speak. A male Coast Guard representative steps forward. His presence is calm, disciplined, and precise, the kind of clarity that comes from years of watching young service members misunderstand the system they entered. He says, most people join the military believing it will solve their financial problems. They think the pay is stable. They think the benefits are guaranteed. They think the housing is free. They think the healthcare is free. They think the military will take care of them. He pauses. He says, the truth is more complicated. The military is not a financial safety net. It is a financial system. And if you do not understand that system, it can hurt you. He continues. He says, basic pay is lower than most people expect. Housing allowances depend on your rank, your location, and your marital status. If you live in the barracks, you do not receive housing allowance. If you live off base without authorization, you pay out of pocket. He pauses again. He says, healthcare is not always free. Some services have co-pays. Some dependents have costs. Dental is not automatically included. Vision is not automatically included. Mental health care is available, but access can be limited depending on location. He continues. He says, deployments can increase your pay, but only temporarily. Special pays end when the assignment ends. Hazard pay ends when the deployment ends. Sea pay ends when the tour ends. Many service members build their lifestyle around temporary pay and then struggle when it disappears. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters do not talk about debt. They do not talk about predatory lenders outside the gates. They do not talk about car dealerships that target young service members. They do not talk about the financial pressure of supporting family back home. They do not talk about the cost of moving every few years. He pauses. He says, the financial realities of military service can be manageable, but only if you understand them. And most young people do not. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see how financial stress interacts with trauma, moral injury, and mental health. When someone is already struggling emotionally, financial instability can intensify everything. It increases anxiety. It increases irritability. It increases conflict at home. He continues. He says, many service members feel ashamed when they struggle financially. They believe they should be able to provide. They believe the military should have solved their problems. They believe they failed their family. This shame can deepen depression and isolation. He pauses. He says, financial stress also affects relationships. Partners may feel overwhelmed by inconsistent pay, unexpected expenses, or the cost of raising children alone during deployments. Arguments about money become arguments about everything else: trust, responsibility, stability, safety. He goes deeper. He says, children feel financial stress even when no one talks about it. They sense tension. They sense fear. They sense instability. They may blame themselves. They may become overly responsible. They may internalize the belief that money is always tied to conflict. He continues. He says, financial strain can also prevent service members from seeking help. They worry that taking time off for mental health will affect their career. They worry that seeking treatment will affect promotions. They worry that losing special pay will destabilize their family. He softens his tone. He says, the financial realities of military service are not just economic. They are psychological. They shape identity, relationships, and emotional well-being. When we name this, we can help families prepare, instead of being blindsided. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone joins the military, people assume they're set. They say, you're good now. They say, you've got benefits. They say, you're taken care of. They don't see the financial pressure behind the uniform. He continues. He says, I have seen service members come home and feel embarrassed because they can't help their family the way everyone expected. I have seen partners struggle because the cost of living changed but the pay didn't. I have seen siblings step in to help financially because the service member couldn't. He pauses. He says, the community doesn't see the debt. They don't see the predatory lenders. They don't see the car payments. They don't see the cost of uniforms, gear, childcare, and moving. They don't see the financial strain of long-distance relationships. He goes deeper. He says, when the community doesn't understand the financial realities, they put pressure on the service member. They expect them to help everyone. They expect them to be the success story. They expect them to be financially stable. And when they're not, the service member feels ashamed. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you know the truth before you sign. So your family knows what to expect. So your community understands that the uniform does not guarantee financial security. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when financial stress becomes overwhelming. Service members take out loans they can't repay. They sign contracts they don't understand. They fall behind on bills. They get into disputes with landlords. They get targeted by scams. He continues. He says, I have seen service members charged with financial misconduct because they were trying to support their family. I have seen service members lose security clearances because of debt. I have seen service members face legal consequences because they didn't understand the financial system they entered. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the debt. It sees the missed payments. It sees the contracts. It sees the disputes. It does not see the pressure. It does not see the confusion. It does not see the lack of education. It does not see the promises that were never fully explained. He continues. He says, if we understand the financial realities of military service, we can prevent legal consequences. We can educate service members. We can protect families. We can reduce stress. We can reduce conflict. We can reduce crisis. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: financial literacy is not optional in the military. It is survival. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of shock. The silence of realization. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 13.
The room settles again. This topic doesn't hit like trauma or moral injury, it hits like erosion. Slow, quiet, accumulating. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 13th topic is about the instability built into military life. The moves, the uprooting, the constant starting over, the hidden toll it takes on service members and their families. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. A male Army representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but his eyes carry the weight of someone who has packed up too many homes, too many memories, too many unfinished chapters. He says, people think moving is just part of the job. They think it's an adventure. They think it's exciting. They think it's a fresh start. But when you move every 2 or 3 years, it's not an adventure. It's instability. He pauses. He says, every move means starting over. New unit, new leadership, new expectations, new culture, new rules, new stress. You lose your support system. You lose your routine. You lose your sense of place. He continues. He says, for single soldiers, it's isolating. For married soldiers, it's stressful. For families, it's disruptive. For children, it's traumatic. He pauses again. He says, every time you move, you leave behind friendships. You leave behind doctors. You leave behind schools. You leave behind community. You leave behind the version of yourself that was finally settling in. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about the emotional cost of instability. They don't talk about the exhaustion of packing up your life again and again. They don't talk about the loneliness of being the new person every time. They don't talk about the grief of leaving behind people you may never see again. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see how constant relocation affects the nervous system. Humans need stability. We need predictability. We need community. We need continuity. When those things are disrupted repeatedly, the nervous system adapts, but not in healthy ways. He continues. He says, service members often develop emotional detachment as a survival strategy. They stop forming deep friendships because they know they'll be leaving soon. They stop investing in community because they know it won't last. They stop opening up because they know they'll have to start over again. He pauses. He says, partners experience chronic stress. They manage the household alone during moves. They lose their own support systems. They lose career opportunities. They lose friendships. They lose stability. Many partners describe feeling like they live in someone else's life. He goes deeper. He says, children are the most affected. They change schools repeatedly. They lose friends repeatedly. They lose teachers, routines, and familiarity. They learn not to attach. They learn not to trust stability. They learn to expect loss. He continues. He says, this instability can lead to anxiety, depression, behavioral issues, academic struggles, and identity confusion. Children may become overly independent or overly withdrawn. They may struggle to form lasting relationships. He softens his tone. He says, the hidden toll of constant relocation is not just logistical. It is psychological. It shapes how families connect, how children develop, and how service members relate to the world. He steps back. Taquan rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a family moves away, the community feels it. A chair at the table is empty. A voice is missing. A presence is gone. And when that happens every few years, it creates a cycle of loss. He continues. He says, military families often feel like outsiders when they arrive. They don't know the neighborhood. They don't know the culture. They don't know the unspoken rules. And just when they start to fit in, they leave. He pauses. He says, the community doesn't always understand the emotional toll. They see the uniform. They see the pride. They see the service. They don't see the exhaustion. They don't see the grief. They don't see the loneliness. He goes deeper. He says, I've seen kids who stop making friends because they know they'll be gone soon. I've seen partners who stop joining community groups because they don't want to start over again. I've seen service members who stop trying to connect because they're tired of saying goodbye. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that military life is not just about serving your country. It's about rebuilding your life over and over again, and the emotional cost that comes with that. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, constant relocation creates complications most people never think about. Leases, contracts, school transfers, medical records, childcare, custody agreements, employment rights. Every move creates new paperwork, new rules, new risks. He continues. He says, I've seen families lose money because they broke a lease early. I've seen partners lose jobs because employers didn't understand military relocation. I've seen custody disputes become complicated because one parent is forced to move across the country. He pauses. He says, instability also increases the risk of legal issues. Missed payments during moves, lost documents, miscommunication with landlords, confusion about state laws, stress-related conflicts at home. He continues. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the instability. It does not see the exhaustion. It does not see the emotional strain of constant relocation. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: instability is not just inconvenient. It is a risk factor, emotionally, financially, and legally. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of shock. The silence of recognition. Latham sits forward, absorbing the truth that instability is not a small detail, it is a defining feature of military life. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 14.
The room shifts again, not heavy, not emotional, but alert. This is the topic that affects every single person who signs a contract, whether they serve 4 years or 20. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 14th topic is about the benefits young people believe they are guaranteed, and the reality that those benefits depend entirely on discharge status. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His posture is steady, authoritative, unmistakably Marine. But his tone is calm, measured, and honest. He says, most people join the military believing the benefits are automatic. They think, if I serve, I get college, I get healthcare, I get housing, I get retirement, I get VA benefits. That's not how it works. He pauses. He says, benefits are not guaranteed. They depend on your discharge status. And your discharge status depends on your conduct, your performance, your medical record, and sometimes things outside your control. He continues. He says, there are 5 discharge types: honorable, general under honorable conditions, other than honorable, bad conduct, and dishonorable. Recruiters only talk about the first one. They don't talk about the others. They don't talk about how easy it is to lose benefits. He pauses again. He says, if you get anything less than an honorable discharge, you can lose access to the GI Bill. You can lose access to VA healthcare. You can lose access to housing programs. You can lose access to disability benefits. You can lose access to re-enlistment opportunities. He looks at the young people. He says, I've seen Marines lose benefits because of one mistake. I've seen Marines lose benefits because of mental health issues that weren't treated. I've seen Marines lose benefits because they didn't understand the rules. I've seen Marines lose benefits because they trusted the system to take care of them. He continues. He says, the illusion is that the military will take care of you no matter what. The reality is that the system is strict, unforgiving, and paperwork-driven. If your discharge status isn't honorable, the benefits you thought you were getting may not be there. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, this time from the clinical perspective. He says, in therapy, we see how mental health struggles can affect discharge status. When a service member is overwhelmed, depressed, anxious, or traumatized, their performance may decline. They may miss appointments. They may struggle with discipline. They may have conflicts with leadership. He continues. He says, these struggles are often symptoms of trauma, moral injury, or chronic stress. But the military may interpret them as misconduct. And misconduct can lead to a discharge that affects benefits. He pauses. He says, I have worked with veterans who lost access to the GI Bill because they were struggling emotionally. I have worked with veterans who lost access to healthcare because their discharge was not honorable. I have worked with veterans who believed the military would support them, only to discover that their benefits depended on paperwork, not pain. He goes deeper. He says, the psychological cost of losing benefits is enormous. Veterans feel betrayed. They feel ashamed. They feel abandoned. They feel like their service didn't matter. They feel like they failed their families. He softens his tone. He says, this is why education matters. When service members understand how discharge status works, they can advocate for themselves. They can seek help earlier. They can protect their benefits. They can protect their future. He steps back. Tarquin rises next, offering the community perspective. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, families believe the military is a guaranteed path to stability. They think, my son will get college. They think, my daughter will get health care. They think, we'll be okay now. They don't realize everything depends on discharge status. He continues. He says, I've seen families plan their future around benefits that never came. I've seen parents take out loans because the GI Bill wasn't available. I've seen partners struggle because healthcare wasn't covered. I've seen veterans come home ashamed because they couldn't provide what they promised. He pauses. He says, the community doesn't understand discharge status. They don't understand how easy it is to lose benefits. They don't understand how mental health, injuries, or misunderstandings can affect paperwork. He goes deeper. He says, when benefits don't come through, the community often blames the veteran. They say, what did you do wrong? They say, why didn't you finish? They say, why didn't you get your college money? They don't realize the system is complicated, rigid, and unforgiving. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you know the truth before you sign. So your family knows what to expect. So no one is blindsided by the fine print. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, discharge status is one of the most important documents a veteran will ever receive. It affects employment. It affects housing. It affects benefits. It affects legal outcomes. It affects everything. He continues. He says, I have seen veterans denied jobs because their discharge wasn't honorable. I have seen veterans denied housing assistance. I have seen veterans denied health care. I have seen veterans denied disability benefits. I have seen veterans denied educational programs. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the discharge status. It does not see the story behind it. It does not see the trauma. It does not see the moral injury. It does not see the struggles. It sees the paperwork. He continues. He says, if you understand discharge status, you can protect yourself. You can seek help early. You can document everything. You can advocate for your rights. You can avoid legal consequences that come from misunderstandings. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this. Your discharge status is your future. Protect it. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of realization. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 15.
The room shifts again, not heavy, not tense, but quietly bracing. This is the topic that explains why so many veterans say, I didn't expect coming home to be the hardest part. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 15th topic is about reintegration, the psychological transition from military life back into civilian life. It is one of the most misunderstood and underestimated challenges veterans face. I will now invite our Air Force representative to speak. A female Air Force representative steps forward. Her presence is calm, steady, and deeply grounded, the kind of groundedness that comes from having lived through the quiet unraveling of identity that happens after service ends. She says, people think leaving the military is like graduating. They think it's a celebration. They think it's freedom. They think it's the start of a new life. But for many of us, leaving the military feels like losing a part of ourselves. She pauses. She says, in the military, You know who you are. You know your role. You know your purpose. You know your team. You know the rules. You know the expectations. You know the mission. When you leave, all of that disappears at once. She continues. She says, reintegration is not about adjusting to civilian life. It's about rebuilding your identity from scratch. It's about learning how to make decisions without orders. It's about learning how to trust people who don't understand your world. It's about learning how to slow down when your nervous system is still in survival mode. She pauses again. She says, the hardest part is the silence. No formation, no structure, no routine, no team, no mission, just you, and the parts of yourself you didn't have time to face while you were serving. She looks at the young people. She says, recruiters don't talk about reintegration. Not because they're hiding it, but because they don't experience it. They don't see the veteran who feels lost. They don't see the veteran who feels disconnected. They don't see the veteran who feels like a stranger in their own life. She steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, and this time his tone shifts into a deeper, more clinical register, the kind he uses when he knows the room needs precision and compassion at the same time. He says, in therapy, we see that reintegration is not simply a change in environment. It is a neurological, emotional, and identity-level recalibration. The military shapes the nervous system. It shapes the sense of self. It shapes the way someone interprets danger, safety, belonging, and purpose. He continues. He says, when service ends, the nervous system does not automatically return to baseline. Many veterans remain hypervigilant. They remain mission-oriented. They remain emotionally guarded. They remain conditioned to suppress vulnerability. They remain accustomed to structure that no longer exists. He pauses. He says, this creates a psychological gap. The veteran's internal world is still operating on military settings, while the external world expects civilian behavior. That mismatch creates anxiety, irritability, confusion, and emotional exhaustion. He goes deeper. He says, identity is another major factor. In the military, identity is clear. It is reinforced daily. It is tied to rank, role, and mission. When service ends, that identity dissolves. Veterans often say, I don't know who I am without the uniform. This is not dramatic, it is developmental. He continues. He says, relationships also shift. Partners expect emotional availability. Children expect presence. Families expect normalcy. But the veteran may still be emotionally numb, overwhelmed, or disconnected. This creates guilt, shame, and relational strain. He pauses again. He says, reintegration is not a failure of character. It is a predictable psychological process. And when we name it, we remove the shame. When we understand it, we create space for healing. When we support it, we prevent crises. He steps back. Tarquin rises next, and his tone is warm, grounded, and deeply human, the voice of someone who has watched reintegration unfold in real time. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a veteran comes home, people celebrate. They throw parties. They hug them. They say, we're proud of you. They think the hard part is over. They don't realize the hard part might just be starting. He continues. He says, the community expects the veteran to slide back into their old life. They expect the same personality, the same energy, the same humor, the same presence. They don't understand that the veteran has changed, and that change is not a choice. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans come home and feel like outsiders in their own families. I've seen veterans sit quietly at gatherings because they don't know how to join the conversation. I've seen veterans feel guilty because they can't connect the way they used to. He goes deeper. He says, the community misreads the signs. They think the veteran is distant. They think the veteran is ungrateful. They think the veteran is cold. They don't realize the veteran is overwhelmed. They don't realize the veteran is grieving the version of themselves they lost. He continues. He says, reintegration is not just the veteran's journey. It's a community responsibility. When we understand the psychological cost, we can support veterans with patience, empathy, and respect, instead of pressure, confusion, or judgment. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I see what happens when reintegration goes unsupported. Veterans struggle with structure. They struggle with emotional regulation. They struggle with relationships. They struggle with identity. And sometimes, those struggles lead to legal consequences." He continues. He says, "I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they were overwhelmed. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to cope. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they didn't know how to communicate their pain." He pauses. He says, "The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the reintegration struggle. It does not see the identity loss. It does not see the nervous system still in survival mode. It does not see the emotional disorientation." He continues. He says, "If we understand reintegration, we can intervene earlier. We can support veterans before they reach crisis. We can prevent legal consequences by addressing psychological consequences." He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of shock. The silence of recognition. Latham sits forward, absorbing the truth that reintegration is not simple, it is a psychological journey. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 16.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, "Our 16th topic is about the silent grief that comes when a service member leaves the people who became their family. This grief is rarely named, but it is deeply felt. I will now invite our Army representative to speak." A male Army representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but his eyes carry the unmistakable weight of someone who has said too many quiet goodbyes. He says, "People think the hardest part of leaving the military is losing the job. It's not. The hardest part is losing the people. The ones who knew you. The ones who had your back. The ones who understood you without you having to explain anything." He pauses. He says, "In the Army, your unit becomes your family. Not in a symbolic way, in a literal way. You train together. You eat together. You suffer together. You trust each other with your lives. That kind of bond doesn't disappear just because your contract ends." He continues. He says, "When you leave, you don't just lose coworkers. You lose your support system. You lose your identity group. You lose the people who understood your humor, your silence, your stress, your triggers, your story." He pauses again. He says, "And the grief is silent. You don't talk about it. You don't say you miss them. You don't say you feel alone. You don't say you feel disconnected. You don't say you feel like you left your family behind." He looks at the young people. He says, "Recruiters don't talk about this. Not because they're hiding it, but because they don't feel it. They don't see the veteran sitting in a civilian job feeling like a stranger. They don't see the veteran scrolling through old photos at night. They don't see the veteran missing the people who made them feel like they belonged." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but precise. He says, "In therapy, we see that the bond formed within military units is not casual. It is an attachment bond, forged under stress, danger, routine, and shared purpose. When that bond is severed, the nervous system experiences it as loss." He continues. He says, "This loss is complicated. It is not socially recognized. There is no ritual for it. There is no language for it. There is no space for it. So the grief becomes internal, silent, unnamed." He pauses. He says, "Veterans often describe feeling unmoored. They say, 'I don't feel connected to anyone.' They say, 'I miss my people.' They say, 'I don't know where I belong.' These are not signs of weakness. They are signs of attachment disruption. He goes deeper. He says, the military provides structure, identity, and belonging. When those are removed, the nervous system searches for them. It looks for the team. It looks for the rhythm. It looks for the mission. It looks for the people who made the world feel predictable. He continues. He says, this grief can show up as irritability, loneliness, emotional numbness, or restlessness. It can show up as difficulty connecting with civilians. It can show up as longing for the past. It can show up as guilt for leaving. He softens his tone. He says, when we name this grief, we normalize it. When we understand it, we reduce shame. When we support it, we help veterans rebuild connection in healthy, meaningful ways. He steps back. Tarquin rises next, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a veteran comes home, people think the story is over. They think the veteran is back where they belong. They don't realize the veteran left a whole world behind. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans come home and feel more alone than they ever did in the military. I've seen veterans sit in rooms full of people and feel disconnected. I've seen veterans miss the structure, the camaraderie, the shared purpose. He pauses. He says, the community doesn't see the grief. They see the uniform come off. They see the person return. They don't see the loss. They don't see the longing. They don't see the veteran trying to figure out where they fit now. He goes deeper. He says, I've seen veterans try to recreate that sense of belonging, sometimes in healthy ways, sometimes in ways that lead to trouble. Because when you lose your military family, you lose the people who kept you grounded. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that leaving the military is not just a career change. It is a relational loss. And that loss deserves compassion, not silence. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when veterans lose their military family and don't have support. Isolation increases. Stress increases. Emotional regulation decreases. And sometimes, that leads to legal consequences. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans get into conflicts because they miss the structure. I've seen veterans make impulsive decisions because they feel disconnected. I've seen veterans struggle with relationships because they're grieving bonds they can't explain. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the grief. It does not see the loss of belonging. It does not see the emotional disorientation that comes from leaving a family you trusted with your life. He continues. He says, if we understand this grief, we can intervene earlier. We can support veterans before isolation turns into crisis. We can help them rebuild community instead of falling through the cracks. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of shock. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 17.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 17th topic is about minimization, the cultural habit of dismissing pain, fear, confusion, or injury with the phrase, you'll be fine. This phrase is meant to comfort, but it often causes harm. I will now invite our Coast Guard representative to speak. A male Coast Guard representative steps forward. His presence is steady, grounded, and unmistakably seasoned, the kind of steadiness that comes from years of watching young service members swallow their pain because someone told them to. He says, in the military, you'll be fine, is one of the most common phrases you hear. You hear it when you're scared. You hear it when you're hurt. You hear it when you're confused. You hear it when something feels wrong. He pauses. He says, the problem is, you'll be fine, doesn't mean you're fine. It means, don't talk about it. It means, don't slow us down. It means, handle it yourself. It means, your feelings are inconvenient. He continues. He says, I've seen service members ignore injuries because someone said they'd be fine. I've seen service members push through mental health struggles because someone said they'd be fine. I've seen service members hide fear, confusion, and pain because they didn't want to be the one who wasn't fine. He pauses again. He says, minimization is dangerous. It teaches you to doubt your own instincts. It teaches you to ignore your body. It teaches you to silence your emotions. It teaches you to pretend you're okay when you're not. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about minimization. Not because they're lying, but because they don't see it. They don't see the service member who collapses later. They don't see the service member who breaks down in silence. They don't see the service member who believed, you'll be fine, until it was too late. He steps back. Doctor. Blake steps forward, his tone precise and compassionate. He says, in therapy, we see the long-term effects of minimization. When someone hears, you'll be fine, repeatedly, they internalize it. They begin to believe their pain is not valid. They begin to believe their fear is weakness. They begin to believe their symptoms are exaggerations. He continues. He says, minimization creates a psychological split. The service member's internal experience says, something is wrong. The external message says, nothing is wrong. That conflict creates confusion, shame, and self-doubt. He pauses. He says, minimization also delays help seeking. When someone believes they should be fine, they wait too long to ask for support. They wait until the symptoms worsen. They wait until the crisis hits. They wait until the consequences are severe. He goes deeper. He says, minimization is not harmless. It is a form of emotional invalidation. It teaches service members to distrust their own bodies and minds. It teaches them to hide their struggles. It teaches them to endure pain instead of addressing it. He softens his tone. He says, when we name minimization, we break its power. When we challenge it, we create space for honesty. When we replace it with validation, we prevent crises. He steps back. Tarquin rises next, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, minimization doesn't stay in the military. It comes home. Families say, you're strong, you'll be fine. Friends say, you're tough, you'll be fine. The community says, you made it back, you'll be fine. He continues. He says, they mean well. They're trying to encourage. They're trying to comfort. But what the veteran hears is, don't talk about it. Don't burden us. Don't show pain. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans shut down because everyone around them kept saying they'd be fine. I've seen veterans feel guilty for struggling because they were told they shouldn't be. I've seen veterans hide their symptoms because they didn't want to disappoint anyone. He goes deeper. He says, minimization creates isolation. It creates silence. It creates pressure. It creates shame. And shame is one of the biggest barriers to healing. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that, you'll be fine, is not support. Real support sounds like, talk to me. I'm here. What do you need? He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when minimization goes unchecked. Service members ignore injuries. They ignore symptoms. They ignore stress. They ignore warning signs. And eventually, something breaks. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were self-medicating after months of telling themselves they were fine. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they ignored their emotional limits. I've seen veterans face legal consequences because they didn't seek help early. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the minimization that led to it. It does not see the pressure to be fine. It does not see the silence. It does not see the internal struggle. He continues. He says, if we understand minimization, we can intervene earlier. We can prevent legal consequences by addressing emotional consequences. We can protect service members by validating their experiences instead of dismissing them. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 18.
The room shifts again, not heavy, but sharper. This is the truth no one wants to admit, but everyone in uniform has seen. Dr. Blake steps forward. He says, before we move on, we need to address something essential, something rarely spoken aloud. Bullying, targeting, and retaliation inside the military. This is a truth many veterans carry silently. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. An Army representative steps forward. His posture is firm, but there is a quiet heaviness in his eyes. He has seen this up close. He says, people think the military is all brotherhood and teamwork. And sometimes it is, but not always. There's a side no one talks about, the bullying, the targeting, the pecking order. He pauses. He says, some service members are gentle, quiet, non-confrontational. They don't posture. They don't fight for dominance. They're not the ones barking orders or pushing their weight around. And in some units, that makes them targets. He continues. He says, I've seen service members get mocked, shoved, isolated, humiliated, not by enemies, but by their own peers. I've seen people get picked on because they didn't fit the mold. Because they weren't aggressive. Because they weren't confrontational. Because they were different. He pauses again. He says, and when they report it. Retaliation. More bullying. Being labeled weak. Being labeled a problem. Being labeled, not a team player. Being punished socially or professionally. Being ignored by leadership who don't want paperwork, don't want conflict, don't want to admit there's a problem. He goes deeper. He says, you learn quickly. If you speak up, it can get worse. So a lot of gentle service members go quiet. They endure. They shrink. They disappear inside themselves. They do their job. They keep their head down, and they carry the weight alone. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about this. Not because they're lying, but because they don't see it. They're not in the barracks at 2 a.m. They're not in the field when someone gets singled out. They're not there when the gentle ones get crushed, day after day, year after year. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone steady, clinical, and deeply compassionate. He says, in therapy, I hear these stories constantly. Veterans who were bullied, targeted, or humiliated, and who never told anyone. They stuffed it down. They survived by suppressing it. They convinced themselves it didn't matter. They told themselves, this is just how it is. He continues. He says, the brain and nervous system are designed to protect us. When someone is trapped in an environment where they cannot escape the bullying, where the harassment is constant, where the power structure is rigid, the brain adapts. It does whatever it must to survive. He pauses. He says, sometimes that looks like emotional numbing. Sometimes it looks like shutting down. Sometimes it looks like splitting off parts of the self, what we call dissociation. The person may feel like they are watching their life from the outside. They may feel disconnected from their own emotions, their own body, their own memories. He goes deeper. He says, with long-term, unresolved trauma, especially when someone is gentle, non-confrontational, and repeatedly targeted, the nervous system can fragment its experience. Some veterans describe different sides of themselves. A work self, a home self, a military self, a shut-down self, a rage self, These are not made up. They are survival strategies. He continues. He says, while the veteran is still in service, the structure of the military can actually hold these fragments in place. The routine, the orders, the mission, all of that can keep the system functioning, even if it is deeply wounded underneath. He pauses again. He says, but when service ends, when the structure is gone, when the mission is gone, when the constant pressure is gone, the nervous system no longer has the same scaffolding. The buried trauma starts to surface. The memories come back, the emotions come back, the nightmares start, the anger erupts, the numbness deepens. The person may feel like they are falling apart for no reason. He goes even deeper. He says, families see the aftermath. Partners see the mood swings. Children see the withdrawal. Loved ones see the anger, the shutdown, the emotional distance. They are living with the consequences of trauma that was never acknowledged, never addressed, never treated. He says, this is not a character flaw. This is not weakness. This is what happens when a human being is bullied, targeted, and silenced for years, and then finally leaves the environment that forced them to hold it all in. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm, grounded, and deeply human. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, families often only see the veteran after the fact. They didn't see the bullying. They didn't see the humiliation. They didn't see the retaliation. They didn't see the nights in the barracks where someone was singled out over and over again. He continues. He says, what they see is the veteran who comes home and is different. More withdrawn, more irritable, more jumpy, more shut down, or sometimes, more explosive. They see the veteran who can't sleep. The veteran who snaps over small things. The veteran who disappears into a room and doesn't talk. He pauses. He says, families blame themselves. They say, what did we do wrong? Why won't he talk to us? Why is she so angry? They don't realize they are living with the aftermath of years of unresolved trauma that no one in the system took seriously. He goes deeper. He says, I've seen veterans who were gentle souls before they enlisted, kind, soft-spoken, non-confrontational, come back hardened, suspicious, or numb. Not because they wanted to change, but because they had to survive in an environment that punished gentleness. He continues. He says, when that trauma is never named, never validated, never treated, it doesn't just disappear. It leaks out, into marriages, into parenting, into friendships, into the way the veteran sees themselves and the world. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that what happens inside the military doesn't stay there. It comes home. And the people who love that veteran are left trying to make sense of something they never saw. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, his tone measured but firm. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when this kind of trauma goes unaddressed. Veterans who were bullied, humiliated, or retaliated against often carry a deep, unspoken wound. They may not have words for it. They may not even consciously connect their current behavior to what happened back then. But the nervous system remembers. He continues. He says, unresolved trauma can show up as impulsive behavior, explosive anger, substance use, or emotional numbness. It can show up as bar fights, domestic disputes, road rage, property damage, self-medication with alcohol or drugs. All of these can lead to criminal charges. He pauses. He says, I have seen veterans in court who were not bad people, or criminals by nature. They were people whose trauma was never acknowledged, never treated, never given language. They were people who learned to stuff everything down in order to survive, until it finally erupted in ways that scared them and everyone around them. He goes deeper. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It sees the broken window, the bruised spouse, the DUI, the fight in the parking lot. It does not see the years of bullying in the barracks. It does not see the retaliation when they tried to speak up. It does not see the dissociation, the nightmares, the flashbacks, the shame. He continues. He says, when trauma is suppressed for years, the nervous system is like a pressure cooker. If there is no safe release, no therapy, no validation, no support, that pressure will find a way out. Sometimes that way out looks like violence. Sometimes it looks like self-destruction. Sometimes it looks like both. He softens his tone. He says, if we understood this earlier, if the system took bullying and retaliation seriously, if mental health support were accessible and stigma-free, many of these legal cases would never exist. We would see fewer veterans in courtrooms and more veterans in counseling rooms. He looks around the room. He says, if you take nothing else from my part today, take this: when you ignore trauma, it does not disappear. It relocates into the body, into the mind, into relationships, into behavior, and eventually, into systems like mine. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet, not the silence of fear. The silence of understanding something that was always there, but never named. Dr. Blake steps forward only to close the loop. He says, thank you. This is not about scaring you. It is about telling you the whole truth. We will now continue with our next topic.
The room shifts again, this time into recognition. Everyone has seen the movies. Everyone has seen the slapstick. Everyone has seen the glamour. Dr. Blake steps forward. He says, before we continue, we must address another truth: the way television and media distort what military life actually is. The Army representative steps forward again, and this time his tone is firmer, more protective. He says, a lot of people join the military with images from TV in their heads. Old cartoons, sitcoms, comedy shows, slapstick boot camp scenes, the goofy drill sergeant, the harmless pranks, the funny misunderstandings. He pauses. He says, that's not the military. Not even close. He continues. He says, television glamorizes it, makes it look like summer camp, makes it look like a team-building retreat, makes it look like a place where everyone laughs, bonds, and grows together. He shakes his head. He says, the truth is harder, more serious, more demanding, more dangerous, more emotionally complex. And when young people join expecting a cartoon, they get blindsided by reality. He goes deeper. He says, movies show the glory. They don't show the boredom. They don't show the fear. They don't show the exhaustion. They don't show the loneliness. They don't show the pressure. They don't show the moral injury. They don't show the grief. He continues. He says, and when someone joins expecting adventure, comedy, or instant brotherhood, the shock hits harder. The disappointment hits harder. The trauma hits harder. Because the gap between expectation and reality is enormous. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, and this time his tone is clinical, precise, and deeply compassionate. He says, when someone joins the military expecting the version they saw on TV, the nervous system is not prepared for the reality. The brain builds expectations based on what it has seen. When those expectations are shattered, the psychological impact can be profound. He continues. He says, we call this expectation trauma. It occurs when the reality of an experience is drastically different from what the brain prepared for. The nervous system goes into shock. The person feels disoriented, betrayed, confused, and ashamed. He pauses. He says, media teaches young people that the military is funny, heroic, glamorous, or simple. It teaches them that everyone bonds instantly. It teaches them that the drill sergeant is secretly soft-hearted. It teaches them that the hardest part is waking up early. He goes deeper. He says, when the real military shows up, the yelling, the pressure, the danger, the loneliness, the moral complexity, the nervous system panics. The person may feel like they are failing. They may feel like they are weak. They may feel like they don't belong. He continues. He says, this mismatch can lead to anxiety, depression, dissociation, identity confusion, and emotional shutdown. It can also make someone more vulnerable to bullying, targeting, and manipulation, because they came in unprepared for the culture. He softens his tone. He says, expectation trauma is real. And when it is not addressed, it becomes part of the veteran's long-term psychological landscape. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, the media myth is everywhere. People say, join the military, it's like the movies. They say, it'll make you a man. They say, it's just like boot camp on TV. They say, it's honorable, it's fun, it's adventure. He continues. He says, they don't realize they're repeating a script written by Hollywood, not by veterans. He pauses. He says, I've seen young people enlist because they thought it would be like the shows. They thought it would be funny. They thought it would be easy. They thought it would be a bonding experience. They thought it would be a clean, simple path to adulthood. He goes deeper. He says, when they come home changed, quieter, harder, more withdrawn, the community doesn't understand. They say, what happened to you? They say, why aren't you the same? They say, it wasn't supposed to be like this. He continues. He says, because the community believed the myth too. And when the veteran doesn't match the myth, the community doesn't know how to support them. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, his tone measured but firm. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when someone joins the military with false expectations. They are unprepared for the pressure. They are unprepared for the culture. They are unprepared for the emotional demands. He continues. He says, when the reality hits, some veterans cope in unhealthy ways. They self-medicate. They lash out. They shut down. They get into fights. They make impulsive decisions. They break rules they didn't fully understand. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans charged with offenses that were rooted in shock, confusion, or emotional overwhelm, not malice. I've seen veterans who were blindsided by the gap between the myth and the reality, and that gap pushed them into crisis. He goes deeper. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the expectation trauma. It does not see the media lies. It does not see the cultural pressure. It does not see the emotional collapse that came from realizing the military was nothing like what they were promised. He continues. He says, if we told the truth earlier, if we broke the myths, if we educated young people honestly, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He says, thank you. These truths matter. Now that we've addressed them, we will move to topic 17.
The room shifts again, not heavy, not tense, but quietly alert. This topic is subtle, but it is everywhere. It is the invisible thread woven through every story of silence, every delayed crisis, every unspoken wound. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 17th topic is about minimization, the cultural habit of dismissing pain, fear, confusion, or injury with the phrase, you'll be fine. This phrase is meant to comfort, but it often causes harm. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His presence is steady, grounded, and unmistakably seasoned. The kind of steadiness that comes from years of watching young service members swallow their pain because someone told them to. He says, in the Marine Corps, you'll be fine, is one of the most common phrases you hear. You hear it when you're scared. You hear it when you're hurt. You hear it when you're confused. You hear it when something feels wrong. He pauses. He says, the problem is, you'll be fine, doesn't mean you're fine. It means, don't talk about it. It means, don't slow us down. It means, handle it yourself. It means, your feelings are inconvenient. He continues. He says, I've seen Marines ignore injuries because someone said they'd be fine. I've seen Marines push through mental health struggles because someone said they'd be fine. I've seen Marines hide fear, confusion, and pain because they didn't want to be the one who wasn't fine. He goes deeper. He says, after a while, you stop trusting your own instincts. You stop listening to your own body. You stop acknowledging your own pain. You learn to override everything. Fear, exhaustion, injury, intuition. And that becomes dangerous. He continues. He says, minimization becomes a culture. A training. A conditioning. You learn to silence yourself before anyone else has to. You learn to pretend you're okay even when you're breaking. He pauses again. He says, and the worst part? You start believing it. You start believing you should be fine. You start believing you're weak if you're not. You start believing your pain is a burden. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone precise and compassionate. He says, in therapy, we see the long-term effects of minimization. When someone hears, you'll be fine, repeatedly, they internalize it. They begin to believe their pain is not valid. They begin to believe their fear is weakness. They begin to believe their symptoms are exaggerations. He continues. He says, minimization creates a psychological split. The service member's internal experience says, something is wrong. The external message says, nothing is wrong. That conflict creates confusion, shame, and self-doubt. He pauses. He says, over time, the nervous system adapts. It learns to suppress signals. It learns to numb pain. It learns to disconnect from emotion. This is not resilience. It is survival. And survival strategies have consequences. He goes deeper. He says, when someone is repeatedly told to ignore their own body and mind, the nervous system may respond with dissociation. The person may feel detached from themselves. They may feel like they're watching their life from the outside. They may feel numb, foggy, or disconnected. He continues. He says, minimization also delays help seeking. When someone believes they should be fine, they wait too long to ask for support. They wait until the symptoms worsen. They wait until the crisis hits. They wait until the consequences are severe. He goes even deeper. He says, when service ends, the structure that held everything together disappears. The suppressed pain resurfaces. The ignored injuries flare up. The buried emotions come back. The dissociation becomes harder to control. The veteran may feel like they are unraveling, because the nervous system is finally trying to process years of ignored signals. He softens his tone. He says, minimization is not harmless. It is emotional invalidation. It is psychological conditioning. It is a slow erosion of self-trust. And when we name it, we break its power. He steps back. Tarquin rises next, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, minimization doesn't stay in the military. It comes home. Families say, you're strong. You'll be fine. Friends say, you're tough. You'll be fine. The community says, you made it back. You'll be fine. He continues. He says, they mean well. They're trying to encourage. They're trying to comfort. But what the veteran hears is, don't talk about it. Don't burden us. Don't show pain. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans shut down because everyone around them kept saying they'd be fine. I've seen veterans feel guilty for struggling because they were told they shouldn't be. I've seen veterans hide their symptoms because they didn't want to disappoint anyone. He goes deeper. He says, minimization creates isolation. It creates silence. It creates pressure. It creates shame. And shame is one of the biggest barriers to healing. He continues. He says, families often don't know what to do. They see the veteran struggling, but they don't know how to help because the veteran has been trained to hide everything. The veteran doesn't know how to ask for help because they've been trained to believe they shouldn't need it. He looks at the young people. He says, this is why we talk about it here. So you understand that, you'll be fine, is not support. Real support sounds like, talk to me. I'm here. What do you need? He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when minimization goes unchecked. Service members ignore injuries. They ignore symptoms. They ignore stress. They ignore warning signs. And eventually, something breaks. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were self-medicating after months of telling themselves they were fine. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they ignored their emotional limits. I've seen veterans face legal consequences because they didn't seek help early. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the incident. It does not see the minimization that led to it. It does not see the pressure to be fine. It does not see the silence. It does not see the internal struggle. He goes deeper. He says, when someone has been conditioned to ignore their own pain, they often miss the early signs of crisis. They don't recognize when they're spiraling. They don't recognize when they're overwhelmed. They don't recognize when they're unsafe. He continues. He says, by the time the legal system gets involved, the situation has already escalated. The veteran is not a criminal. They are someone who was trained to suppress every warning sign their body and mind tried to give them. He softens his tone. He says, if we understood minimization earlier, if we challenged it, if we replaced it with validation, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 18.
The room shifts again. Not heavy, not tense, but quietly reverent. This topic is not about danger, or deployment, or trauma inflicted by others. This one is about the trauma of expectation, the invisible weight placed on the person everyone depends on. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 18th topic is about the emotional labor carried by the service member who becomes the strong one in their family. The one who holds everyone else together. The one who is not allowed to break. I will now invite our Navy representative to speak. A male Navy representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but there is a quiet heaviness behind his eyes, the kind that comes from years of being the one everyone leaned on. He says, in a lot of families, the person who joins the military is already the strong one. The responsible one. The one who fixes things. The one who doesn't cry. The one who doesn't complain. He pauses. He says, when you join the Navy, that identity gets reinforced. You're trained to be strong. You're trained to push through. You're trained to stay calm. You're trained to take care of others. He continues. He says, but here's the truth. When you're the strong one, no one checks on you. No one asks if you're okay. No one thinks you need help. They assume you can handle anything. He goes deeper. He says, I've seen sailors break quietly. Not because they were weak, but because they were exhausted. Because they were carrying everyone else's expectations. Because they didn't know how to say, I'm not okay. He pauses again. He says, being the strong one becomes a mask. And after a while, the mask becomes a prison. You can't take it off. You can't show fear. You can't show sadness. You can't show confusion. You can't show pain. He looks at the young people. He says, recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how the strong ones suffer in silence. They don't talk about how the strong ones collapse when no one is looking. They don't talk about how the strong ones are often the last to ask for help, and the first to break. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see a pattern. The person who was the strong one, the caretaker, the protector, the responsible one, often carries the deepest wounds. Not because they were harmed more, but because they were allowed to express it less. He continues. He says, when someone is expected to be strong, their nervous system adapts. They suppress fear. They suppress sadness. They suppress vulnerability. They suppress their own needs. They become experts at emotional containment. He pauses. He says, but the nervous system is not designed for permanent containment. When emotions are suppressed for years, the body stores them. The muscles store them. The memory stores them. The subconscious stores them. He goes deeper. He says, this can lead to dissociation, a sense of being disconnected from yourself. It can lead to emotional numbness. It can lead to sudden outbursts. It can lead to panic attacks that seem to come out of nowhere. It can lead to depression that feels like it dropped from the sky. He continues. He says, when service ends, the structure that held the strong one together disappears. The mission disappears. The routine disappears. The identity disappears. And the nervous system finally says, now we process. He pauses again. He says, that is when the strong one collapses. Not because they are weak, but because they finally have space to feel everything they suppressed. He softens his tone. He says, families often don't understand. They say, you were always the strong one. They don't realize that strength was a survival strategy, not a personality trait. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, the person who joins the military is often the one everyone already depended on. The one who helped raise siblings. The one who worked extra jobs. The one who kept the family together. He continues. He says, when they come home, the community still sees them that way. They say, you're the strong one. You're the hero. You're the one who made it. They don't see the exhaustion. They don't see the fear. They don't see the emotional weight. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans come home and feel like they can't break character. They can't show weakness. They can't ask for help. They can't say they're struggling. Because everyone around them expects them to be the rock. He goes deeper. He says, the strong one becomes isolated. Not because people don't love them, but because people don't think they need support. They don't think they need comfort. They don't think they need space to fall apart. He continues. He says, and when the strong one finally breaks, when the pressure becomes too much, the community is shocked. They say, we never saw it coming. But the signs were there. They were just hidden behind the mask the veteran was trained to wear. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when the strong one finally reaches their breaking point. They have spent years holding everything together, for their family, for their unit, for themselves. And when they collapse, it can be sudden, intense, and misunderstood. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were self-medicating after years of emotional suppression. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they didn't know how to express their pain safely. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they finally cracked under pressure. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the years of emotional labor. It does not see the pressure to be strong. It does not see the suppressed trauma. It does not see the exhaustion. He goes deeper. He says, when someone is the strong one, they often don't seek help early. They don't recognize the warning signs. They don't know how to say, I'm overwhelmed. They don't know how to say, I need support. And by the time the legal system gets involved, the situation has already escalated. He continues. He says, if we understood the emotional labor of being the strong one, if we validated it, supported it, and addressed it, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 19.
The room shifts again, not heavy, not tense, but quietly bracing. This topic is not about what happens in the military. It is about what happens when the military follows you home. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, our 19th topic is about the unspoken rule many service members are taught: don't bring your problems home. This rule is meant to protect families, but it often destroys connection. I will now invite our Air Force representative to speak. An Air Force representative steps forward. Her presence is calm, steady, and deeply grounded, the kind of groundedness that comes from years of carrying burdens she was never allowed to share. She says, in the Air Force, we're taught to be composed, professional, controlled. We're taught to handle stress quietly. We're taught to protect the mission, protect the team, and protect the people we love. She pauses. She says, somewhere along the way, that turns into a rule: don't bring your problems home. Don't talk about what scared you. Don't talk about what hurt you. Don't talk about what confused you. Don't talk about what broke you. She continues. She says, you come home on leave and your family asks how you're doing. You say, I'm fine. You say, it's nothing. You say, don't worry about it. You say it because you think you're protecting them. She goes deeper. She says, but what you're really doing is building a wall. A wall between you and the people who love you. A wall between your real self and the version of you they think they know. She pauses again. She says, I've seen airmen come home and sit at the dinner table feeling like strangers. Not because they didn't want to connect, but because they didn't know how to talk about what they were carrying. She looks at the young people. She says, recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how silence becomes a habit. They don't talk about how silence becomes isolation. They don't talk about how silence becomes the reason families fall apart. She steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see the long-term effects of being told not to bring your problems home. The service member learns to separate their emotional world from their relational world. They learn to compartmentalize. They learn to split. He continues. He says, this creates what we call emotional bifurcation, two selves. The military self, who carries the pain. And the home self, who pretends everything is fine. He pauses. He says, this split is not sustainable. The nervous system cannot maintain two identities indefinitely. The emotional self becomes overloaded. The home self becomes hollow. He goes deeper. He says, when someone suppresses their emotions for years, the body stores them. The muscles tighten. The sleep becomes shallow. The mind becomes restless. The emotions leak out in irritability, withdrawal, or sudden outbursts. He continues. He says, families often say, he came home, but he didn't come back. They feel the distance. They feel the wall. They feel the silence. They feel the emotional absence. He pauses again. He says, the service member is not trying to hurt their family. They are trying to protect them. But protection without communication becomes disconnection. He softens his tone. He says, when we teach service members to silence their pain, we are teaching them to disconnect from the people who could help them heal. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when someone comes home in uniform, people celebrate. They hug them. They say, we're proud of you. They say, you're strong. They say, you made it. He continues. He says, but they don't see the silence. They don't see the things the veteran can't talk about. They don't see the emotional weight. They don't see the nights when the veteran sits alone because they don't know how to open up. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans come home and feel like they're living two lives. The life the community sees, and the life they're hiding. The life where they're the hero, and the life where they're hurting. He goes deeper. He says, when you're told not to bring your problems home, you start believing your problems don't belong anywhere. Not with your family. Not with your friends. Not with your community. He continues. He says, that's how isolation grows. That's how depression grows. That's how marriages fall apart. That's how families drift. Not because of lack of love, but because of lack of language. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when someone carries everything alone. When they don't talk. When they don't ask for help. When they don't bring their problems home. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were self-medicating in silence. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they didn't know how to express their pain safely. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they finally cracked under pressure. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the silence. It does not see the emotional burden. It does not see the years of being told, don't bring your problems home. He goes deeper. He says, when someone is trained to hide their pain, they often miss the early signs of crisis. They don't recognize when they're overwhelmed. They don't recognize when they're shutting down. They don't recognize when they're unsafe. He continues. He says, by the time the legal system gets involved, the situation has already escalated. The veteran is not a criminal, they are someone who was trained to suffer quietly. He softens his tone. He says, if we understood the cost of silence, if we encouraged communication instead of suppression, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 20.
The room shifts again. Not heavy, not tense, but quietly bracing. This topic is not about trauma inflicted by others. It is about the trauma of switching selves. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. Topic 20 is about identity whiplash. The psychological strain of switching between military identity and civilian identity. This is one of the most misunderstood challenges veterans face. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His presence is steady, grounded, and unmistakably Marine. But there is a quiet heaviness behind his eyes. He says, in the Marine Corps, your identity is clear. You know who you are. You know your role. You know the rules. You know the mission. You know the chain of command. You know exactly where you fit. But when you go home, even for a weekend, everything changes. The rules are different. The expectations are different. The pace is different. The language is different. The values are different. He continues. It feels like switching operating systems. 1 minute you're in Marine mode, alert, disciplined, structured, mission-focused. The next minute you're supposed to be relaxed, social, emotional, present. He goes deeper. That switch is not smooth. It's not natural. It's not instant. It's whiplash. I've seen Marines come home and feel like strangers in their own families. Not because they don't love their people, but because they don't know how to turn off the Marine and turn on the civilian. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how exhausting it is to switch identities. They don't talk about how confusing it is. They don't talk about how lonely it feels to live between two worlds. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see that switching between military and civilian identity is not simply a behavioral shift. It is a neurological shift. The brain operates differently in each environment. He continues, in military settings, the nervous system is trained for vigilance, structure, obedience, and emotional suppression. In civilian settings, the nervous system is expected to relax, connect, communicate, and express emotion. These two states are not compatible. They require different neural pathways, different emotional responses, different social behaviors. He goes deeper. When a veteran switches environments quickly, from base to home, from deployment to family dinner, the nervous system cannot recalibrate instantly. This creates emotional whiplash. He continues. This whiplash can show up as irritability, numbness, withdrawal, confusion, or emotional shutdown. It can show up as feeling disconnected from loved ones. It can show up as feeling like you don't belong anywhere. He pauses again. For some veterans, the identity split becomes so intense that the brain creates compartments, separate emotional selves for military life and civilian life. This is not pathology, it is adaptation. But when service ends, those compartments collapse. The veteran is left trying to merge identities that were never meant to coexist. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. In the neighborhoods I work in, people don't understand identity switching. They think the veteran is the same person they were before they enlisted. They expect the same personality, the same humor, the same energy, but the veteran has changed. Not because they wanted to, but because the military rewired them. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans come home and feel like outsiders in their own families. I've seen veterans sit quietly at gatherings because they don't know how to join the conversation. I've seen veterans feel guilty because they can't connect the way they used to. He goes deeper. The community misreads the signs. They think the veteran is distant. They think the veteran is ungrateful. They think the veteran is cold. They don't realize the veteran is switching identities. They don't realize the veteran is trying to figure out who they are in this environment. They don't realize the veteran is exhausted from living two lives. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when identity switching becomes overwhelming. Veterans who are calm and structured in military environments may become impulsive or disoriented in civilian ones. He continues. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb the discomfort of switching identities. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they reacted with military reflexes in civilian situations. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they didn't know how to communicate their emotional whiplash. He pauses. He says, the legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the identity conflict. It does not see the neurological shift. It does not see the emotional exhaustion. He goes deeper. When someone is trained to operate in high-stress environments, their reactions may not fit civilian norms. They may respond too quickly, too intensely, too defensively. If we understood identity whiplash earlier, if we taught veterans how to transition between selves, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. Thank you. We will now move to topic 21.
The room shifts again. Not heavy, not tense, but quietly bracing. This topic is not about what happens during emergencies. It is about what happens when your body never stops preparing for one. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, Topic 21 is about constant readiness, the psychological and physiological cost of living in a state of perpetual alertness. This is one of the most misunderstood burdens of military service. I will now invite our Coast Guard representative to speak. A male Coast Guard representative steps forward. His presence is steady, grounded, and unmistakably seasoned, the kind of steadiness that comes from years of being the first one called when something goes wrong. He says, in the Coast Guard, readiness isn't a slogan. It's a lifestyle. You're always on alert, always listening, always scanning, always preparing for the next call, the next emergency, the next crisis. You don't get to relax. Not fully. Not ever. Even when you're off duty, your mind is still running scenarios. Your body is still braced. Your nerves are still tight. I've seen guys who couldn't sit with their back to a door. I've seen people who couldn't sleep through the night. I've seen people who jumped at every sound. Not because they were scared, but because their bodies were trained to respond. He goes deeper. Constant readiness rewires you. It changes how you breathe, how you sleep, how you think, how you react. It becomes your default setting. And when you go home, when you're with your family, that readiness doesn't turn off. You're still scanning, still listening, still bracing, still waiting for something to go wrong. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how readiness becomes anxiety, how vigilance becomes exhaustion, how alertness becomes hypervigilance, how the job follows you into your relationships, your parenting, your sleep, your body. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see that constant readiness is not simply a behavioral habit. It is a physiological state. The nervous system becomes conditioned to stay in fight or flight mode. When the body is trained to respond to emergencies, it becomes hypersensitive to threat. The heart rate stays elevated. The muscles stay tense. The breathing stays shallow. The mind stays alert. This is adaptive in the field. It keeps you alive. But outside the field, in a home, in a marriage, in a civilian job, it becomes a burden. Constant readiness can lead to insomnia, irritability, emotional numbness, hypervigilance, panic attacks, and chronic fatigue. It can lead to difficulty relaxing, difficulty connecting, difficulty trusting, difficulty being present. He continues. For some veterans, the nervous system becomes so accustomed to high alert that calm feels unsafe. Silence feels threatening. Stillness feels wrong. When service ends, the nervous system does not automatically reset. It takes time. It takes support. It takes therapy. It takes safety. And many veterans never receive that. Constant readiness is not strength. It is survival. And survival has a cost. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, people admire veterans for being disciplined, for being alert, for being sharp. They say, he's always on point. She's always prepared. He's always aware. But they don't see the exhaustion. They don't see the tension. They don't see the sleepless nights. They don't see the way the veteran can't relax at a barbecue, can't sit still at a family gathering, can't stop scanning the room. I've seen veterans who couldn't enjoy a birthday party because their nervous system was still in Coast Guard mode. I've seen veterans who couldn't play with their kids because they were too tense. I've seen veterans who couldn't sit on the couch without feeling like they were wasting time. He goes deeper. The community thinks readiness is a personality trait. They don't realize it's a trauma response. They don't realize it's a nervous system stuck in survival mode. He continues. Veteran finally crashes. When the exhaustion hits, the community doesn't understand. They say, what happened? They say, you used to be so strong. They don't realize the veteran was strong for too long. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. From the legal side, I see what happens when constant readiness becomes chronic stress. Veterans who lived in high-alert environments often struggle to adjust to civilian norms. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they reacted too quickly. I've seen veterans charged with assault because they interpreted a situation as a threat. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to calm a nervous system that wouldn't shut off. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the hypervigilance. It does not see the exhaustion. It does not see the years of conditioning. It does not see the nervous system stuck in survival mode. When someone is trained to respond instantly, they may struggle in environments where hesitation is expected. When someone is trained to anticipate danger, they may misread civilian cues. When someone is trained to stay alert, they may never feel safe. If we understood the psychological cost of constant readiness, If we supported veterans in recalibrating their nervous systems, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 22.
The room shifts again, not heavy, not tense, but quietly bracing. This topic is not about the crisis itself. It is about the helplessness that comes when the crisis happens far away. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, Topic 22 is about the emotional cost of being far from home when crisis hits, when a service member cannot be there for the people they love. This is one of the most painful realities of military life. I will now invite our Navy representative to speak. A Navy representative steps forward. His presence is steady, but there is a quiet ache behind his eyes, the kind that comes from memories he still carries. In the Navy, you're often far from home. Out at sea, on deployment, on a ship with no signal, in a place where you can't just leave. And when something happens at home, a death, an illness, an accident, a family emergency, you can't get there. You don't just miss the crisis. You miss your role in it. You miss being the son, the daughter, the sibling, the parent, the partner. You miss being the one who shows up. You miss being the one who helps. I've seen sailors get news that someone died and they had to stand watch anyway. I've seen sailors get news that their child was in the hospital and they still had to finish their shift. I've seen sailors get news that their family was falling apart and they couldn't even make a phone call. That helplessness changes you. It creates guilt. It creates shame. It creates a sense of failure, even though you didn't do anything wrong. And when you finally get home, the crisis is over. The decisions were made without you. The family coped without you. The world moved on without you. And you're left trying to catch up emotionally. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about the guilt. They don't talk about the helplessness. They don't talk about the grief of missing the moments that mattered most. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. In therapy, we see that helplessness is one of the most psychologically damaging emotional states a person can experience. When someone is unable to act during a crisis, the nervous system goes into overload. He continues. The body prepares for action, but there is no action to take. The adrenaline has nowhere to go. The fear has nowhere to go. The grief has nowhere to go. The guilt has nowhere to go. This creates what we call a frozen trauma response. The body is activated, but immobilized. The emotions are intense, but suppressed. The mind is overwhelmed, but silent. He goes deeper. When a service member is far from home during a crisis, the nervous system stores that helplessness. It becomes a wound that resurfaces later as anxiety, depression, irritability, emotional numbness, or sudden outbursts. Many veterans describe feeling like they failed their families, even when they had no control. This guilt becomes part of their identity. It becomes part of their story. It becomes part of their relationships. And when they return home, they often feel disconnected. The crisis changed the family, and the service member wasn't there to experience it. They feel like outsiders in their own lives. This is not weakness. This is the emotional cost of being forced to watch your life from a distance. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. In the neighborhoods I work in, people celebrate the service member. They say, "Thank you for your service." They say, "You're doing something important." They say, "Your family understands." He continues. But they don't see the grief of absence. They don't see the birthdays missed. The funerals missed. The emergencies missed. The moments that can't be replaced. I've seen veterans come home and feel like they missed entire chapters of their family's story. I've seen veterans feel like strangers to their own children. I've seen veterans feel guilty for things they had no control over. The community doesn't understand the emotional cost of distance. They don't understand how helplessness becomes shame. They don't understand how absence becomes guilt. And when the veteran finally breaks, when the grief catches up, the community is confused. They say, "But you were doing something honorable." They don't realize honor doesn't erase pain. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I see what happens when helplessness is never processed. Veterans who missed crises at home often carry deep guilt. That guilt can lead to impulsive decisions. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb the pain of not being there. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because the grief turned into anger. I've seen veterans charged with reckless behavior because they were trying to outrun the guilt. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the helplessness. It does not see the grief. It does not see the emotional wound created by distance. When someone carries guilt for years, it becomes a pressure point. And when life adds more stress, that pressure point can explode. If we understood the emotional cost of being far from home during crisis, if we supported veterans in processing that helplessness, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 23.
The room shifts again. Not heavy, not tense, but quietly solemn. This topic is not about what happened in the military. It is about what the military forbids you to say. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, topic 23 is about the emotional toll of carrying secrets you cannot share with your family, operational secrets, traumatic secrets, moral secrets, and personal secrets. This silence shapes relationships for years. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. A male Army representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but there is a quiet heaviness behind his eyes, the kind that comes from years of holding things he could never say aloud. He says, in the Army, you learn quickly that there are things you can't talk about. Missions you can't explain, situations you can't describe, things you saw that you can't put into words. Things you felt that you don't want anyone to know. Some secrets are about security. Some are about trauma. Some are about shame. Some are about guilt. Some are about protecting the people you love from the truth. I've seen soldiers come home and sit at the dinner table with a smile on their face while carrying memories that would break them if they said them out loud. I've seen soldiers lie to their families, not because they wanted to, but because they had to. When you carry secrets long enough, they stop being information. They become identity. They become weight. They become walls. And the hardest part? Your family doesn't know what they don't know. They think you're distant. They think you're cold. They think you don't trust them. They don't realize you're protecting them. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how silence becomes isolation. They don't talk about how secrets become emotional armor. They don't talk about how the things you can't say become the things that haunt you. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see that carrying secrets creates psychological fragmentation. The service member develops two selves, the self that lives in the world, and the self that holds the truth. This split is not a metaphor. It is neurological. The brain stores unspoken experiences differently. They become isolated memories, unprocessed, unintegrated, and emotionally charged. When someone cannot speak about what they experienced, the nervous system has no outlet. The trauma becomes internalized. It becomes chronic tension. It becomes nightmares. It becomes emotional numbness. It becomes sudden anger. It becomes depression. Secrets also create relational distance. The service member feels disconnected from their family because they cannot share the truth. The family feels disconnected because they sense something is wrong but don't know what. This creates what we call relational ambiguity. A relationship where both people feel close and far at the same time. When service ends, the secrets don't disappear. They follow the veteran into marriage, into parenting, into friendships. They shape how the veteran communicates, how they trust, how they love. Secrets are not just withheld information. They are withheld emotion, and withheld emotion becomes pain. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, people respect the uniform. They say, 'Thank you for your service.' They say, 'You're a hero.' They say, 'You must have seen a lot.' But they don't understand that the veteran can't talk about what they saw. They don't understand that the veteran is carrying things they can't share. They don't understand that silence is not pride, it's pain. I've seen veterans sit quietly at family gatherings because they don't know how to join the conversation. I've seen veterans avoid questions because they don't want to lie. I've seen veterans withdraw because they don't want to break down. The community thinks the veteran is distant. They don't realize the veteran is protecting them from the truth. They don't realize the veteran is carrying memories that don't belong in a living room. And when the veteran finally cracks, when the secrets become too heavy, the community is shocked. They say, "We had no idea. But the signs were there. They were just hidden behind silence." He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I see what happens when secrets become emotional pressure. Veterans who carry unspoken trauma often struggle to regulate their emotions. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb memories they couldn't talk about. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because the unspoken pain erupted. I've seen veterans charged with assault because they reacted to triggers no one else understood. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the secret. It does not see the memory. It does not see the trauma. It does not see the silence. When someone carries secrets for years, the emotional pressure builds. And when life adds stress, financial problems, relationship issues, parenting challenges, that pressure can explode. If we understood the emotional toll of carrying secrets, if we created safe spaces for veterans to speak, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 24.
What the audience does not know, what no one in the room knows, is that the parole officer in the back is not there for anyone in the classroom. He is there for Rich. But not because Rich is in trouble. He is there because Rich is up for early release from parole. He has complied with every requirement. He has stayed clean. He has stayed employed. He has attended every class. He has followed every rule. And most importantly, he has kept his associations clean. Parole officers monitor who their parolees spend time with, even when the parolee doesn't know they're being watched. Especially when early release is on the table. And in Rich's case, the only person they've ever seen him associate with outside of work and class is Latham. Not old acquaintances, not questionable people, just Latham. A clean, motivated, respectful young man trying to enlist. So the parole officer isn't watching the room. He's watching Latham, not because Latham is in trouble, but because Latham is the only person Rich has chosen to be around. This is a huge green flag for Rich's early release. But no one knows that. Not Earl, not Peggy, not the facilitators, not the military speakers, not even Rich, and definitely not Latham. But one person notices something the others miss. Henry. As a police officer, Henry's eyes are trained to read a room. He doesn't just see the parole officer. He sees how the parole officer is behaving. He notices. The parole officer isn't scanning the room. He isn't taking notes. He isn't observing the group as a whole. He has positioned himself with a direct, unobstructed line of sight to Latham. Henry thinks to himself, he's not watching Earl. He's not watching Peggy. He's not watching Rôvi. He's watching that boy. And then the professional instinct kicks in. Henry has already run a full background check on Latham. For Charles. To make sure Charles's daughter was safe around him. He knows Latham is clean. Squeaky clean. Yes, Latham has a history of temporary restraining orders. But Henry knows the context. And he knows Latham hasn't had a single incident in 2 years. No arrests. No charges. No violations. Nothing that would put him on anyone's radar. So Henry thinks, if this kid isn't in trouble, then why is a parole officer watching him? And then it hits him. A quiet, sharp realization. Rich is up for early release. Rich has been compliant. Rich has kept his circle small. And the only person the parole office has ever seen him associate with is Latham. Henry leans back slightly, the pieces clicking together. The parole officer isn't watching Latham because Latham is a risk. He's watching Latham because Latham is Rich's only known associate. And before they approve Rich's permanent release, they need to make sure the people around him are stable, safe, and clean. Henry doesn't say a word. He doesn't react. But now the audience understands something the characters don't. This is why Charles trusts Latham around his daughter. This is why Henry never worried. This is why Latham has been allowed into the family circle. Because Henry already vetted him. And now, without knowing it, Latham is helping Rich earn his freedom. And then, almost too quietly to notice, Henry moves. He closes the folder he was reviewing, and walks toward Charles with the casual ease of a man who has done this 1,000 times. Nothing dramatic, nothing suspicious, nothing that would draw attention. But Earl sees it, because Henry is his brother, and Charles is his brother-in-law. Henry leans in close to Charles, speaking in a low voice meant for one person only. Charles doesn't look up, he doesn't shift, he doesn't react, he listens. And then, a tiny lift of his chin. A small, almost imperceptible nod. A nod that says, "Ah, so that's why." No one else in the room has any idea what they're talking about. Not Earl, not Peggy, not the facilitators, not the military speakers, not Latham. Earl notices the body language. Because he knows Henry, and he knows Charles, and he knows how they communicate. But Earl assumes they're talking about the seminar. About the next topic. About logistics. Nothing unusual. So he dismisses it. But Henry has just quietly confirmed what he figured out.
The room settles after lunch. Quieter, heavier, more grounded. Everyone senses the shift. This topic is not about what the military did to you. It is about what the military took with it when you left. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, Topic 24 is about the emotional fallout of losing your military identity after discharge. For many veterans, this is one of the most painful transitions of their lives. I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His presence is steady, but there is a quiet ache behind his eyes, the kind that comes from living through this transition himself. He says, in the Marine Corps, your identity is clear. You know who you are. You know your purpose. You know your mission. You know your value. You know your place in the world. When you get discharged, all of that disappears in a single day. One moment you're a Marine. The next moment you're a civilian. And nobody prepares you for that. You don't just lose a job. You lose a language. You lose a culture. You lose a brotherhood. You lose a rhythm. You lose a sense of belonging. You lose the version of yourself that made sense. I've seen Marines walk out of the gate on their last day and feel like they left their entire identity behind. I've seen guys who were confident, disciplined, and focused suddenly feel lost, confused, and empty. And the hardest part? The world doesn't see it. Civilians think you're free. They think you're done. They think you're moving on. They don't realize you're grieving. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about the identity crash. They don't talk about the emptiness. They don't talk about the grief of losing the version of yourself you were proud of. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see that losing military identity is not simply a transition. It is an identity collapse. The military provides structure, purpose, belonging, and clarity. When that disappears, the nervous system enters a state of disorientation. The veteran may feel unanchored. They may feel like they don't know who they are without the uniform. They may feel like they lost their value. They may feel like they lost their purpose. This identity collapse can lead to depression, anxiety, irritability, emotional numbness, and dissociation. It can lead to difficulty connecting with family. It can lead to withdrawal. It can lead to self-medication. For some veterans, the military identity was the first identity that ever made sense. It was the first place they felt competent. The first place they felt respected. The first place they felt strong. When that identity is removed, the nervous system panics. It searches for structure. It searches for belonging. It searches for purpose. And when it can't find those things, the veteran may feel like they are falling apart. This is not weakness. This is the psychological cost of losing the identity that once held you together. When we name this, we reduce shame. When we understand it, we create space for healing. He steps back. Tarquin rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, when a veteran comes home, people celebrate. They say, you made it. They say, you're back. They say, you're done with all that. But they don't see the grief. They don't see the confusion. They don't see the identity crash. They don't see the veteran trying to figure out who they are now. I've seen veterans come home and feel like they don't fit anywhere. Not in the military anymore. Not in the civilian world. Not even in their own families. The community thinks the veteran is distant. They don't realize the veteran is grieving the loss of the person they used to be. They don't realize the veteran is trying to rebuild themselves from scratch. And when the veteran struggles, when they shut down, when they isolate, when they get overwhelmed, the community doesn't understand. They say, but you're home now. They don't realize home doesn't feel like home anymore. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when someone loses their military identity. The structure is gone. The routine is gone. The purpose is gone. And the veteran is left trying to navigate a world that feels unfamiliar. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb the emptiness. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they didn't know how to regulate their emotions outside the military structure. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because the identity collapse created tension at home. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the identity loss. It does not see the grief. It does not see the confusion. It does not see the collapse of the internal structure that once kept the veteran stable. When someone loses their identity, they often lose their coping strategies. They lose their confidence. They lose their sense of direction. And that can lead to impulsive or desperate decisions. If we understood the emotional fallout of losing military identity, if we supported veterans through that transition, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 25. The room settles again. The post-lunch chatter fades, the energy tightens, and the air shifts into that quiet seriousness that always precedes a heavy topic. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, topic 25 is about the emotional cost of being trained to hide fear. Every branch teaches it, every service member internalizes it, and every veteran pays for it later. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. Fear doesn't disappear. It just goes underground. An Army representative steps forward. His presence is steady, disciplined, and unmistakably Army, but there is a quiet weight behind his eyes. He says, in the Army, Fear is not something you talk about. It is something you bury. You learn early that fear slows you down. Fear makes you hesitate. Fear makes you look weak. So you learn to hide it. You learn to swallow it. You learn to keep your face calm, your voice steady, your hands still. You learn to act like nothing scares you. I've seen soldiers terrified and still moving forward. I've seen soldiers shaking inside and still doing their job. I've seen soldiers who were scared out of their minds but didn't say a word because they didn't want to be the one who broke. The problem is, fear doesn't disappear just because you hide it. It goes underground. It builds pressure. It becomes something else. Anger, numbness, irritability, exhaustion. And when you come home, that training doesn't turn off. You still hide fear. You still swallow it. You still pretend you're fine. You still act like nothing scares you. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how hiding fear becomes a reflex. They don't talk about how it affects your relationships. They don't talk about how it affects your mental health. They don't talk about how it affects your ability to ask for help. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, in therapy, we see that suppressing fear is not simply emotional control. It is neurological conditioning. The brain learns to override fear signals. The nervous system learns to mute them. This is adaptive in the field. It keeps you functional. It keeps you alive. But outside the field, it becomes a liability. When fear is suppressed, it does not disappear. It becomes trapped in the body. It becomes chronic tension. It becomes hypervigilance. It becomes panic attacks that seem to come out of nowhere. He goes deeper. Many veterans describe feeling numb, not because they lack emotion, but because the nervous system has learned to shut down fear so completely that it shuts down everything else with it. This can lead to emotional distance in relationships. It can lead to difficulty connecting with children. It can lead to difficulty trusting others. It can lead to difficulty trusting oneself. When service ends, the nervous system does not automatically relearn how to feel fear safely. It takes time. It takes support. It takes unlearning years of conditioning. Hiding fear is not strength. It is survival, and survival has a cost. He steps back. Taquan rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, in the neighborhoods I work in, people look at veterans and see bravery. They see strength. They see toughness. They see someone who doesn't get scared. But they don't see the fear that was never allowed to surface. They don't see the moments the veteran swallowed. They don't see the nights the veteran stayed awake because their body didn't know how to calm down. I've seen veterans who couldn't admit fear even to themselves. I've seen veterans who couldn't say, I'm scared, even when they were falling apart. I've seen veterans who didn't know how to ask for help because they were trained not to. The community thinks the veteran is distant. They don't realize the veteran is carrying fear that has nowhere to go. They don't realize the veteran is trying to protect everyone from seeing it. And when the veteran finally breaks, when the fear erupts, the community is shocked. They say, we never saw it coming. But the signs were there. They were just hidden behind training. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when someone is trained to hide fear. Fear is a warning signal. It tells you to slow down. It tells you to think. It tells you to step back. When that signal is suppressed, people act without hesitation. They react too quickly. They take risks. They misread situations. They respond with intensity that doesn't fit the environment. I've seen veterans charged with assault because they reacted to fear with aggression. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they didn't know how to express fear safely. I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb fear they couldn't acknowledge. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the conditioning. It does not see the training. It does not see the years of suppressing fear. If we understood the emotional cost of being trained to hide fear, if we taught veterans how to feel fear safely, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 26. The room settles again as Dr. Blake steps forward with a small stack of notes. He says, "Before we move to topic 26, we need to address a physical health issue that is extremely common in the military but rarely discussed. Fungal infections. EY affect readiness, morale, and long-term health." He gestures toward the Army representative. "I'll invite our Army representative to speak." The Army representative steps forward, steady and matter-of-fact. He says, "In the Army, fungal infections are everywhere. Nobody talks about them, but almost everyone deals with them at some point. The environment makes it almost unavoidable. You're in heavy boots 14 hours a day. Your feet are sweating. Your socks are soaked. You're in hot, humid climates. You're running, marching, training. You don't always get to shower. You don't always get to change socks. You don't always get to dry your gear. That's the perfect setup for fungal infections. Athlete's foot, jock itch, toenail fungus. It's not about hygiene. It's about the conditions. The military environment creates it. I've seen guys with blisters that turned into infections. I've seen toenails get so damaged they fell off. I've seen people in so much discomfort they could barely walk, but they kept going because training doesn't stop. It's not a small issue. It affects performance. It affects morale. It affects mental health. When your body is constantly uncomfortable, everything else becomes harder." He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward again, his tone professional and grounded. From a medical standpoint, fungal infections are one of the most common skin conditions in the military. Research from the National Institutes of Health shows that the prevalence of athlete's foot among service members is significantly higher than in civilian populations. The causes are environmental and occupational. Persistent moisture, heavy, occlusive footwear, communal showers, limited access to hygiene during field training, skin injuries that allow fungi to enter. He pauses. He says, "These infections are uncomfortable, sometimes painful, and often chronic. They can spread to the toenails, become difficult to treat, and affect mobility." He goes deeper. There is also a psychological component. When someone is constantly uncomfortable, itching, burning, irritated, it affects sleep, mood, and concentration. It adds stress to an already stressful environment. This is not a matter of cleanliness. It is a matter of conditions. And when we name it, we remove the shame. He steps back. The room absorbs the information quietly. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 26.
Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the next truth. He says, "Topic 26 is about the emotional cost of being the family's protector, the one everyone depends on, the one who holds the line, the one who doesn't get to break." I will now invite Charles, our Marine representative, to speak. Charles steps forward. His presence is steady, grounded, unmistakably Marine, but there is a quiet heaviness behind his eyes. He says, "In a lot of families, the person who joins the military is already the protector. The responsible one, the strong one, the one who steps in when things go wrong. When you become a Marine, that role gets reinforced. You're trained to protect. You're trained to stay calm. You're trained to take control. You're trained to be the one who doesn't panic. But here's the truth. When you're the protector, you lose the right to fall apart. You lose the right to show fear. You lose the right to be confused. You lose the right to be vulnerable. I've seen Marines who carried their families on their backs. I've seen Marines who were the emotional anchor for everyone around them. I've seen Marines who never talked about their own pain because they didn't want to add to anyone else's burden. And when you come home, whether it's from deployment, training, or discharge, your family still sees you as the protector. They still expect you to be strong. They still expect you to handle everything. They still expect you to be the one who doesn't break. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how being the protector becomes a prison. They don't talk about how it isolates you. They don't talk about how it makes you hide your pain. They don't talk about how it makes you feel alone even in a room full of people who love you. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, "In therapy, we see that being the family's protector creates a pattern of emotional suppression. The protector learns to prioritize everyone else's needs over their own. They learn to hide their fear, their sadness, their exhaustion. This suppression becomes automatic. It becomes reflexive. It becomes part of their identity. But the nervous system is not designed for permanent suppression. When someone carries everyone else's emotions but never expresses their own, the body stores the stress. It becomes tension. It becomes irritability. It becomes emotional numbness. It becomes burnout. Protectors often struggle to ask for help. They struggle to admit they're overwhelmed. They struggle to express vulnerability. They struggle to let others take care of them. This creates emotional isolation. The protector feels responsible for everyone, and accountable to no one. When service ends, the protector role doesn't end. The family still expects strength. The veteran still expects it from themselves. And that pressure can become unbearable. Being the protector is not a personality trait. It is a survival strategy. And survival strategies have a cost. He steps back. Taquan rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, the protector is the one everyone calls. The one who breaks up fights. The one who drives people to the hospital. The one who helps with bills. The one who keeps the peace. When that person joins the military, the community is proud, but they still see them as the protector. They still expect them to be strong. They still expect them to be the one who has it together. I've seen veterans come home and get overwhelmed because everyone still leans on them. Everyone still expects them to fix things. Everyone still expects them to be the rock. But nobody asks how the protector is doing. Nobody asks what they need. Nobody asks what they're carrying. And when the protector finally breaks, when the pressure becomes too much, the community is shocked. They say, we never saw it coming. But the signs were there. They were just hidden behind responsibility. He returns to his seat. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, from the legal side, I see what happens when the protector role becomes too heavy. Protectors don't ask for help. They don't slow down. They don't admit they're overwhelmed. He continues. He says, when the pressure builds, it can lead to impulsive decisions. It can lead to emotional outbursts. It can lead to self-medication. It can lead to legal trouble. He pauses. He says, I've seen veterans charged with DUIs because they were trying to numb the pressure. I've seen veterans charged with disorderly conduct because they finally snapped. I've seen veterans charged with domestic disputes because they didn't know how to express their pain safely. The legal system sees the behavior. It does not see the years of carrying everyone else's burdens. It does not see the emotional exhaustion. It does not see the collapse of the protector role. If we understood the emotional cost of being the protector, if we encouraged protectors to ask for help, many of these legal cases would never exist. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, thank you. We will now move to topic 27.
The room settles. This topic is not about romance. It is about relational survival under military pressure. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the truth. He says, Topic 27 is about the reality of military relationships falling apart, not as gossip, not as rumor, but as a predictable outcome of stress, distance, and emotional shutdown. I will now invite our Army representative to speak. An Army representative steps forward. His posture is steady, but his voice carries the weight of lived experience. He says, "In the army, relationships fall apart more often than people think. And I'm not talking about stereotypes. I'm talking about what we see, what we live, and what the numbers back up. Divorce rates among enlisted service members are higher than civilian marriages. That doesn't mean people don't love each other. Most of them do. They go in with good intentions. They get married young. They promise to wait. They promise to stay. They mean it. But then reality hits. You're gone for months at a time. Sometimes a year. Sometimes more than once. You're in a different time zone. You're exhausted. You're under stress. You're seeing things you can't talk about. Communication starts strong. Long messages, video calls, care packages. Then the schedule changes. The connection drops. You miss calls. You're too tired to talk. You don't want to worry them. So you say, "I'm fine," even when you're not. On the other side, your partner is carrying everything at home: bills, kids, car trouble, family drama, loneliness. They're doing birthdays without you. Holidays without you. Emergencies without you. They're changing too. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about the resentment that builds. They don't talk about the emotional distance. They don't talk about how you come home and feel like a stranger in your own house. They don't talk about how many couples don't make it. I've seen good people divorce. Not because they were bad partners. Not because they didn't care. But because the pressure was bigger than their tools. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, "In therapy, we see that military relationships don't usually fall apart overnight. They erode slowly. The erosion is driven by three main forces: distance, emotional suppression, and identity change. Distance disrupts attachment. Human beings are wired for proximity, touch, eye contact, shared routines. When those are removed for long periods, the nervous system adapts by detaching to reduce pain. That detachment can feel like falling out of love, when in reality it is a survival response. Emotional suppression is the second force. Service members are trained to hide fear, sadness, and vulnerability. They often protect their partners by minimizing what they're going through. The partner senses something is wrong but can't access the truth. That creates mistrust and confusion. Identity change is the third force. The service member's identity shifts. They become more structured, more guarded, more mission-focused. The partner's identity shifts too. They become more independent, more self-reliant, more protective of the home. When they reunite, they are not the same two people who said goodbye. Research has shown that divorce rates among enlisted personnel are higher than in civilian populations. This is not a moral failing. It is a predictable outcome of chronic stress, separation, and emotional disconnection. When we name this, we reduce shame. We help people understand that if their relationship struggled or ended under these conditions, it does not mean they were weak. It means they were human. He steps back. Taquan rises, his voice warm and grounded. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, the story people tell about military relationships is simple: they cheated. They couldn't handle it. They changed." That's the surface story. The real story is more complicated. The real story is about pressure. It's about distance. It's about two people trying to survive in two different worlds. I've seen partners at home trying to be strong, trying not to complain, trying not to add stress. I've seen service members overseas trying to be strong, trying not to worry their families, trying not to dump what they're going through. So both people are protecting each other by staying silent. And that silence becomes a wall. When the relationship finally breaks, the community often judges. They say, they didn't try hard enough. They don't see the nights alone. The missed calls. The arguments over nothing that were really about everything. The feeling of being married on paper but alone in real life. And when you add in the fact that enlisted divorce rates are higher than civilian marriages, it tells you something important. This is not just about individual choices. It's about a system that puts enormous strain on relationships. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I see what happens when military relationships fall apart. The emotional collapse often turns into a legal process." He continues. He says, "I've seen divorces where both people are exhausted, hurt, and confused, and now they're trying to divide property, decide custody, and negotiate support while still carrying unprocessed pain." He pauses. "I've seen situations where one partner feels abandoned and reacts out of anger. I've seen situations where the service member feels blindsided because they didn't realize how bad things had gotten at home. I've seen situations where the stress of separation, deployment, and reintegration turned into restraining orders, custody battles, and long-term conflict." He goes deeper. "When you combine higher divorce rates among enlisted personnel with the emotional patterns we've discussed, suppression, distance, identity shifts, it creates a perfect storm. The legal system doesn't see the late-night arguments, the missed calls, the silent resentment. It sees the paperwork." He continues, "If we were honest with young people before they enlisted, if we told them that military service puts real strain on relationships, some would still join. But they would go in with their eyes open. They would prepare differently. They would seek support sooner. Knowing the risk is not about scaring you. It's about respecting you." He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 28. The room settles. This topic is quieter, but the tension underneath it is unmistakable, because this one is about people, not policy. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame the truth. He says, "Topic 30 is about the social politics of military life, the gossip, the cliques, the favoritism, and the unspoken rules that shape careers and mental health. I will now invite our Navy representative to speak." A Navy representative steps forward. His posture is crisp, but his voice carries the weight of someone who has lived inside the system. He says, "In the Navy, people think the hardest part is the ocean, the deployments, the training. But one of the hardest things you deal with is the social environment. The gossip, the cliques, the politics, the favoritism. Recruiters don't tell you that your reputation can be shaped by one rumor. One misunderstanding. One person who doesn't like you. And once something spreads, it spreads fast. Faster than you can defend yourself. There are cliques based on rank. Cliques based on duty stations. Cliques based on who's been there longer. Cliques based on who hangs out with who. And if you're not in the right circle, you feel it. I've seen people get better evaluations because they were liked, not because they were better at their job. I've seen people get punished harder because they weren't part of the right group. I've seen people get isolated because someone started a rumor out of jealousy, boredom, or spite. And the thing is, you can't escape it. You live where you work. You work where you live. You eat with the same people. You sleep near the same people. You can't go home and get away from it. The social pressure follows you everywhere. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how the wrong rumor can ruin your career. They don't talk about how favoritism affects promotions. They don't talk about how social politics can make or break your mental health. The military teaches discipline, structure, and teamwork, but it doesn't teach you how to survive the social battlefield. And that battlefield can be just as damaging as the physical one. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone calm but clinically sharp. He says, "In therapy, we see that social politics in the military create chronic anxiety. When someone is constantly being evaluated, not just for performance, but for likability, the nervous system stays on alert. Gossip activates the fear centers of the brain. The person becomes hypervigilant. They monitor their tone, their posture, their facial expressions. They rehearse conversations in their head. They avoid certain people. They isolate. Cliques create exclusion. Exclusion creates loneliness. Loneliness creates depression. And depression, in a high-stress environment, becomes dangerous. Favoritism creates moral injury. When someone sees others rewarded unfairly, or punished unfairly, it violates their sense of justice. That violation creates anger, resentment, and emotional withdrawal. Over time, the service member begins to feel unsafe, not physically, but socially. And social safety is a core human need. When it is threatened, mental health deteriorates. This is not about immaturity. It is about the psychological cost of living in a closed system where reputation determines opportunity. Tarquin steps forward. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, people don't understand why some veterans don't trust anybody. They think it's because of combat. They think it's because of trauma. And sometimes it is. But a lot of the time, it's because of the social politics they lived through. When you spend years in an environment where people talk behind your back, where rumors spread fast, where favoritism decides your future, you learn to keep your guard up. I've seen veterans who don't open up to anybody. Not because they don't want to, but because they learned the hard way that being open makes you vulnerable to gossip. I've seen veterans who struggle to make friends because they're waiting for the other shoe to drop. Waiting for someone to betray them. Waiting for someone to twist their words. The community sees the distance. They don't see the history behind it." He steps back. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I've seen how gossip and social politics can escalate into real consequences. I've seen careers damaged because someone spread a rumor. I've seen investigations start because someone exaggerated a story. I've seen conflicts turn into legal cases because emotions boiled over. When someone feels targeted, isolated, or unfairly treated, they may react impulsively. They may confront someone aggressively. They may say something they regret. They may make a decision out of anger or frustration. And the legal system doesn't see the gossip. It doesn't see the cliques. It doesn't see the favoritism. It sees the behavior, and it responds to the behavior." He goes deeper. Social politics create pressure. Pressure creates emotional reactions. Emotional reactions create legal consequences. And none of that is explained to recruits before they sign up. You deserve to know the truth. Not to scare you, but to prepare you. He returns to his seat. The room is quiet again. Not the silence of fear. The silence of recognition. "Doctor." Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 31.
The room settles. This topic is heavy before it even begins, because it touches the part of military life that steals childhood, steals softness, steals time. Dr. Blake steps forward only long enough to frame it. He says, Topic 31 is about the emotional cost of being forced to mature too fast, and the long-term consequences of that pressure. I will now invite our Coast Guard representative to speak. A Coast Guard representative steps forward. His presence is calm, steady, but there is a quiet ache behind his eyes. He says, "In the Coast Guard, you grow up fast. Faster than you're ready for. Faster than anyone should. You're 18, 19, 20, and suddenly you're responsible for lives. For emergencies. For decisions that carry real consequences. You don't get the luxury of figuring yourself out slowly. You don't get the luxury of being unsure. You don't get the luxury of being young. You're expected to be calm, decisive, mature, and emotionally controlled, even when you're still a kid inside. You learn to shut down fear. You learn to hide confusion. You learn to act like you know what you're doing even when you don't. You learn to carry responsibility that should belong to someone older, someone with more life behind them. And here's the part nobody talks about. That kind of forced maturity has a cost. A big one. When you grow up too fast, you skip steps. You skip emotional development. You skip learning how to ask for help. You skip learning how to be vulnerable. And when you get out, when you're finally a civilian again, people assume you're strong. They assume you're unbreakable. They assume you can handle anything because you grew up in the military. But inside, you might still be that 19-year-old who never got to feel scared, or confused, or overwhelmed. Recruiters don't talk about this. They don't talk about how many service members struggle later because they never learned how to process emotions in real time. They don't talk about how emotional suppression becomes a habit. They don't talk about how the pressure to be mature too early can follow you for years. And they definitely don't talk about this. When people are forced to grow up too fast, and then they're left alone with everything they never processed, it increases emotional strain. That strain is one of the reasons suicide rates among service members and veterans have been a serious concern. Not because they're weak, but because they were never allowed to be human. He steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, his tone soft but clinically precise. He says, "In therapy, we see that forced maturity creates emotional gaps. These gaps form when someone is required to perform adult responsibilities before their emotional development is ready to support them. When a young service member is trained to suppress fear, sadness, confusion, or vulnerability, the nervous system adapts by shutting down those emotions. This is functional in the moment, but harmful long-term. Here's what forced maturity often leads to: emotional numbness, difficulty trusting others, difficulty asking for help, chronic self-criticism, identity confusion, burnout, delayed emotional development. When these emotional gaps go unaddressed, they create long-term strain. And that strain is one of the factors associated with the elevated suicide risk seen among service members and veterans. Not because they are fragile, but because they were trained to carry more than their emotional age could support. Suicide risk is influenced by many factors: stress, trauma exposure, isolation, identity loss, emotional suppression. Forced maturity is one of the threads woven into that larger picture. He steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He says, "In the neighborhoods I work in, people see a veteran and think, he's strong. She's tough. They can handle anything." They don't see the unfinished childhood underneath. They don't see the emotional steps that were skipped. I've seen veterans who look grown on the outside but are still carrying the emotional weight of things they never got to process at 19. I've seen veterans who don't know how to ask for help because they were trained to be the helper. I've seen veterans who break down quietly because they don't want to disappoint the image people have of them. And when they finally do reach out, when they finally say, "I'm not okay," sometimes the community responds with, "Come on, you were in the military. Toughen up." That response is dangerous. It reinforces the same emotional suppression that contributes to the suicide risk we see in the veteran population. I've seen veterans who were told to toughen up when what they needed was compassion. I've seen veterans who were judged for crying, judged for struggling, judged for being human. And that judgment pushes people deeper into isolation, which is one of the risk factors for suicide. He steps back. Henry stands, offering the legal perspective. He says, "From the legal side, I see what happens when someone was forced to mature too fast. They learned responsibility, discipline, and control, but they didn't learn emotional regulation, conflict resolution, or how to ask for help. When emotional development is interrupted, people may react impulsively under stress. They may shut down instead of communicating. They may isolate instead of seeking support. They may self-medicate instead of processing emotions. These patterns can lead to legal consequences, not because the person is dangerous, but because they were never given the emotional tools they needed. And when you combine that with the emotional strain that contributes to suicide risk, it becomes clear that forced maturity is not just a personal issue, it's a systemic one. Veterans deserve space to grow into the parts of themselves they had to skip. They deserve support, not stereotypes. They deserve compassion, not pressure. He returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again only to transition. He says, "Thank you. We will now move to topic 32.
The last words of topic 31 settle into the room like dust after a long storm. There is a stillness, not empty, but full. The kind of silence that means people are thinking. Charles steps forward with the calm authority of a Marine who knows how to hold a room without raising his voice. He says, "We've covered a lot today. Some of it was heavy. Some of it was uncomfortable. All of it was real. Before we move on, I want to give you space to ask questions." He scans the room, not to judge, not to intimidate, but to invite. He continues, "This is your time. Anything you didn't understand, anything you're curious about, anything you want clarity on, now is the moment to ask. There are no bad questions. There are no embarrassing questions. If it's on your mind, it's worth saying." He pauses just long enough for the room to breathe. He continues, "You can ask about the topics we covered. You can ask about the branches. You can ask about the process. You can ask about the realities we didn't sugarcoat. Whatever you need to understand before you make decisions about your future, ask it."
Charles stands at the front of the room, steady and composed, giving the students a moment to breathe after the final topic. He looks around slowly. He says, "All right. Before we close out, does anyone have any questions?" He waits. The room stays completely still. The narrator explains, "It isn't that the students don't want to join. It isn't that they're uninterested. It's that everything they heard today is still sinking in. The emotional cost, the pressure, the realities behind the uniform. The things recruiters never say. The things no one warned them about. Most of them didn't know half of this before walking in. Now they do. And that kind of truth takes time to settle." Latham doesn't raise his hand, not because he's unsure, but because he doesn't need to. He already has a relationship with Charles. If he has questions, he knows he can talk to him one-on-one. Charles sees the silence for what it is. Not avoidance, not fear, reflection. He nods once, understanding. He says, "If you don't have questions right now, that's all right. Sometimes the questions come later. If you want to talk privately, we'll be up here for another hour. Any of us. Come up, ask whatever you need." He gestures toward the panel. He says, "And if you're thinking about enlisting, we have recruiters here today. They can give you their card, talk you through the process, or help you start the first steps." Then he adds, "I want to thank Drive Blake for allowing us to set this up." I'm turning the floor back over to him. Charles steps back. Dr. Blake steps forward, calm and composed. He says, "Before we dismiss, I'll ask one more time, does anyone have any questions?" The room remains still. Not confused, not lost, just full. He nods. He says, "All right, we're going to go ahead and release everyone." Then he adds, "If anyone here is on parole and needs a form signed to show you attended this session, please come up and I'll be glad to sign it." He only says it because he noticed a parole officer sitting quietly in the back. He has no idea the officer is there for Latham. He dismisses the class. The parole officer does not leave immediately. He stays seated in the back row, silent, expression unreadable. He is watching one thing and one thing only. What Latham does next. For a moment, no one moves. Everyone is still absorbing what they heard today. Then, slowly, the room begins to stir. A few students gather their things. A few whisper to each other. A few look at the servicemen with new eyes, not starry-eyed, but informed. And then the movement begins. Latham doesn't hesitate. He doesn't waver. He doesn't look around to see who's watching. He walks straight to the marine table. The parole officer's eyes follow him the entire way. Charles sees Latham approaching and gives a small, respectful nod. Latham says, "I'm ready. I want to sign up." Charles hands him the enlistment forms. Latham bends over the table, pen in hand, filling out the paperwork with full seriousness and commitment. This is exactly what the parole officer needed to see. Latham choosing a structured path. Latham choosing discipline. Latham choosing a future. Only after witnessing this does the parole officer quietly stand up. He slips out of the room without a word. That is the last time we see him. He heads directly to the Army section. He speaks quietly with the Army representative, asking a few questions, nodding thoughtfully. Within minutes, he's filling out preliminary paperwork. A small group of students walks toward the Navy table. They're not ready to enlist yet, but they're curious. They ask questions about jobs, deployments, training, lifestyle. One young man quietly says, "I think I want to start the process." The Navy recruiter hands him a card and begins explaining the first steps. At the Air Force table, two students approach, one asking about technical careers, the other about travel. They're not signing anything yet, but they're engaged, thoughtful, genuinely interested. At the Coast Guard table, one participant, a young man, asks about humanitarian missions and rescue operations. The Coast Guard representative answers him with patience and clarity. He doesn't sign up today, but he takes a card and says he'll think about it. Peggy watches Latham, her eyes filling with tears. Not fear, not sadness. Something deeper. Something proud. Earl notices and gently puts his arm around her shoulders. He says, "He's going to be all right. That kid's going to be all right." Peggy nods, wiping her eyes, watching Latham fill out the forms with a seriousness she's never seen in him before. The room is slowly emptying out. Some students leave quietly. Some stay behind to ask private questions. Some take cards and brochures. Some begin the enlistment process. But the final image is this. Latham at the marine table, bent over the paperwork, beginning the first step of a journey he chose with full knowledge and full clarity. A young man choosing his path. A Marine guiding him. A sister watching with pride. A mentor reassuring her. A parole officer quietly satisfied. A future beginning.